with YouTube. Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. No, there are no minutes for adoption today. Through you, Mr. Chair, I see none. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is one application requesting a deferral this morning, which is item number 16 regarding 13 SORAUREN Avenue. Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there are none.
Yeah. Oh, there I am. Sorry. Can you see me now? Hey, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. What was the question? Oh, it's Rick Gabriel. I'm the owner. No problem. Just to give you a bit of history on the property, it originally was a house way back in the day, set back from Queen Street. And when we bought it almost 20 years ago, we put a one-story addition on the front to make it into a commercial property. And there used to be an apartment on the second and third floor. And then years later, maybe 5 or 6 years, I can't remember, we ended up putting a second floor in the front, and the apartment was eliminated, and we turned the entire building into commercial. And then there was a big staircase added at the back, going up and down. And now today, depending when the tenants end up leaving in the next few years, we wanted to repurpose the property because there's not much of a demand for a 3.5 story or 3-story commercial building. So we designed an addition off the back to create 3 apartments using that back rear staircase in the middle of the building, and to convert the second floor into an apartment. And the third floor is already there in the middle. So we'd be adding a piece at the back and a piece at the front. And then the piece at the front would be an apartment. So we would have 2 apartments over the building and 3 apartments at the back. So it'd be a total of 5 apartments. And the commercial on the main level would stay in place. So we thought this would be a better repurposing of the property. And I know that the city really needs housing and apartments. There's an extreme shortage in the area. And so this is what we thought would be best use of the property. I submitted some photos at the back of the property. I spoke with my neighbor at 1983 Queen, which shares my driveway, and they had no objection. They're in favor of it. They're supporting it. In terms of the backyard there, I don't know if you can see the photos, but We have a building that sides on a large concrete building from 1979, I believe it is, Queen Street or 77, however it's listed. So we stare at a two-story wall. And then on Waverly Road, there's another building which backs on us, is another two-story. So we've got like a 50-foot wall of two-story block that we've been looking at for the last 20 years. Is very unsightly. And the backyard just grows weeds and we keep trying to cut it and whatever. There's an existing double car garage shared with the neighbor to the east, 1983. Yeah. And we got to rebuild it because the roof collapsed in. We had to pull it down. It was rotten. So it was going to get rebuilt and turned into a bike shed. So currently, any neighbors to the rear would have been looking at the one-story garage building. So when I designed this addition, I tried to take into the fact any impact to neighbors. I'm not sure where 107 Waverly is, if it's to the rear or to the side, that building that backs onto me. I'm not 100% certain. But we set it back 5 meters, and that was the distance we needed to make the apartments work. We couldn't make it any smaller. So that's why we're asking for the variance at 5 meters back instead of 7.5. But I think the impact is very minor in nature because the building, the first house to the rear of our property is set back behind that big house, which has a laneway house, an old coach house from 100 years ago, built right back at the property line against us, 2 stories high. And so their house is sort of tucked in behind there. So from their house, you can't really see the addition. At least that's my take on it. And so I put a lot of thought into where to end it, and that's what makes it work. Any pulling it back anymore, and we couldn't make like a 1-bedroom apartment to be too small. So that's essentially how I got to where I am. I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to know.
Mr. Chair, I'm not speaking on this property. Gina Shafrick?
Hi, sorry, an issue getting unmuted there. So if you don't mind going to the visual you had of the map, then I will. I am that, yep. Alison Oleksiak, and I'm the owner of 107 Waverley Road, and I've owned that property since 1999, and I'm part of the residential zone. Thank you. If you could just put up the slide that shows the map of the property so I can show where I'm. So if you, yes, thank you. I think you just had it up actually. So I'm 107 Waverley Road. I'm part of the residential zoning. So I am in that house 107. I've lived there, raised 3 children there since 1999. My concerns are actually threefold, mainly because this is a 22% increase that's being asked for over the bylaw, and that is going to impact me in the residential zone, as well as it's a 33% increase in terms of being closer to the property line, which, as I said, is absolutely closer to my home. So as you can see, my home absolutely backs on to this property, as well as my backyard backs onto this property. We have over the past 25 or 20 plus years that I've owned that property, as the previous gentleman stated, the properties there were primarily residential homes when we first bought into the community. What happened is over the years those have been moved over to commercial and multi-tenant use, and I'm not questioning that use. I'm just questioning that a 22% increase over the bylaw plus a 33% reduction in terms of the division between the property is absolutely going to impact me from a privacy perspective. It's also going to impact me in terms of security and safety. We've had multiple fires in this region that have been, in fact, we've had a 4-alarm fire where I've lived there, because again, these properties are built on houses that in some cases are from the 1900s. And then the third issue that I'm actually primarily concerned is the infrastructure has never been set up to support all of this development. And so there's a single utility pole that actually is on my property as well as Rick's property. And that utility pole is completely overloaded as it is right now. And there's no, because there's no fire lane, because the park's right there, there's just no ability to make changes in terms of the infrastructure to support it. So all I'm asking is if you at least, because of the overcapacity in that one corner, we have no fire lane as I said, that does any form of separation, etc. There's multiple residencies as well as multiple commercial properties that have been built up in this corner. I'm just asking for some common sense to at least abide by the bylaw. And again, I do think that as a resident within a residential zone, I should have some rights in terms of my privacy, as well as some accountability in terms of the commercial side of the commercial and multi-resident aspect, in terms of the impact to me, not just in terms of, as I said, on the privacy, the security, and the infrastructure impacts, but also you've got to realize there's been this buildup of a light wall in terms of all of these properties that is, frankly, like I get these glares that I have no ability to have any, from a light perspective, there's just this massive glare of light constantly, as well as there's been a significant increase in terms of the noise, in terms of fans, as well as, be it for air conditioning fans or even from extraction fans, etc. So I'm asking, again, I'm not questioning, and I'm absolutely supportive in terms of increasing the availability of units in terms of for rental or procurement, etc. for the city. I'm just asking, given the overload and the overburden in this corner, I'm just asking for you to abide by the bylaw. Again, in terms of the 7.5 meters, as well as the 2 times the land use.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost my internet connection before. It's Gita Kale, and I am representing the owner of 1983 Queen Street East. Okay. I really only have two concerns with the proposal. One is a clarification that the right-of-way, half of it is on Rick's property, but half of it belongs to 1983 Queen Street East. And it seems in the drawings that that's not 100% clear. And the second concern is actually with the plans for the garage, which if it's built jointly between the two owners, there's no objection, but if it's built only himself, it should have some sort of setback from the property line. And that's it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, it seems that there's some audio difficulty happening right now with the live stream with YouTube. So I believe we're going to have to take a short break for a few minutes to try to address this issue. We want to make sure that everything is being heard live.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Did you hear that?
Hi, I can hear you, but apparently the issue is with the not hearing the chair or the panel members when they're speaking.
Let me ask John, since he's off-site.
Test, test, test. Testing,
I
testing.
can hear I can hear you. I believe the problem is on YouTube on the live stream, that for some reason we've lost audio for the chair and panel members.
You're not hearing me through the WebEx, are you?
Stanley, we have CP Web on the way.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you everybody for your patience while we troubleshoot this.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, testing.
Yeah? Okay.
The Committee of Adjustment is taking a minute for technical difficulties.
Okay. So we might be okay then. Can you ask Nicole?
Committee of Adjustment is taking a minute to correct technical difficulties.
Hey, Nicole, can you just ask Leon to do a check from where he is on YouTube?
I did, and apparently he can hear Bruce now.
He can hear Bruce? Okay.
Can one of the panel members also test?
Yes,
Test.
this is Jim. Can you hear us? This
Ron
is Jim
Hunt.
here.
Ron Hunt.
Thank you. I can hear you. Let me just check with staff to see if they can hear you from YouTube.
Okay.
It appears that it's working, so you may want to proceed and then just keep an eye on it, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, then, to the public, we apologize. We're just wanting to ensure that all the parties, those at home watching on YouTube in particular, can hear the proceedings. So it appears that that problem has been corrected. We do have 3 panel members, so we have quorum. So let's return to the application, and we'll see if, I think Gita had finished her presentation. So when we had to cut things off there, I was just about to go back to Rick, the applicant and the owner, to allow him an opportunity to comment on and to rebut to the comments made by the speakers. So let's see if we can get Rick back now, please.
Just let me try and get on the video here.
Okay, Rick is back with us. Go ahead, Rick. You've got 5 minutes to address some of the concerns that were raised.
Am I on screen? Sorry.
You are on the screen.
Okay, good. Can you just go back to that site map where you showed the neighbor to the back and mine, the lot? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Oh no, the lot configuration of all the neighbors. Yeah, that one. That one. Thank you. So what I was going to say is just to rebut some of the points in terms of access, emergency access, fire, and all that. We have over a 7-foot wide driveway, which you can see from the front or from Google Maps. There's a mutual drive that goes right down the center of the property, which is a right of way and can't be taken away. So right now, 1983 Queen uses that driveway to get to the side door and all the 5 apartments in there, which is a similar building. They have 5 apartments that go in there. So we would both be using the same common driveway to access the property. So there's no problem in terms of access for emergency services. As for all the services, hydro, water, sewer, all that, it all comes from Queen Street. The pole in question is just a cable pole, cable telephone. Those are common in every backyard of the city. It has nothing to do with services. It's just cable or something. And also in terms of impact, we do have a 5-meter backyard. And I mean, our west wall, we're staring at the 2 buildings of 2 stories high of block, which isn't very pleasant. So I guess the only way she could see, if you look at the lot configuration, is if she's sitting in your backyard between the garage and the rear of the building, and she's looking at the building, but still 5 meters away. So, you know, I don't know. I still think it's a pretty good distance. I still think we need apartments and housing in the city. We're on Queen Street in the beaches where they're building 7-story buildings. I don't think a 3-story building is very large, and I think it's an appropriate use of land, and it's not very intense, given that a lot of buildings are getting 4 to 5 times density approved. You know, I think I made a sensible proposal to make use of the land and provide some much needed housing. And also they've allowed garden suites now, which I guess somebody could go and build a garden suite right across the bat up against the property line, which I'm not going to do. And in terms of Gita's thing about the garage, you know, I don't even need the garage. I have no problem tearing down the garage and leaving it out. That's what she wants. I already expressed that to her. And then that way they can have a whole backyard setback from the neighbor to the south. I don't know if there's any other questions, if I missed anything.
Let's see, panel members' questions for the applicant. Not hearing, oh, there's one, Mr. Hunt. Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your first variance dealing with parking, I need some explanation on this. Given that you're on Queen Street, which is a busy thoroughfare, as everyone knows, where would these 5 parking spaces be available to your potential tenants?
Well, they wouldn't have parking. As you know, they've taken away parking requirements in new condominium buildings. Most people are expected to take transit. If somebody was to have parking, they would have to get a street permit parking and park somewhere in the neighborhood, in the zone, within a, I don't know, I'm not sure how big the zone is, but you'd have to park like that. But many of the buildings, the majority on Queen Street, do not have parking on site unless there's a city lane where they may have 1 spot at the back or 2 spots. So no, there's no on-site parking. That's just like next door is a 5-unit building with no parking, and everybody's been functioning there just fine. Most of the people don't own cars. They take transit or Uber or whatever.
Further questions? Okay. Okay, then hearing none, we can take this application into committee. We still have quorum. So at this stage then, moderator, would you remove the applicant from the screen? Okay. And we still have quorum, so we can proceed with this application and take it into committee now. So there we are. Yes. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I didn't realize my camera was turned off.
Okay.
I always been here.
Okay, good. Yeah. Go ahead. Are there any comments, or is anyone ready to go over the motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I can make some comments, couple of comments. First of all, I think I agree with the applicant in terms of the use of the site, including the location and also the site itself. For location, this is along Queen East, and as we know, the city official plan has been trying to develop or increase some density along major streets, and Queen East is a major street, and you find examples of this site very long and facing the main street all along Queen Street East and West. And I think that the design is actually very admirable, because this typically this long site has very if you put residential units, usually they have limited opportunity for daylight. And I think that the design, this one, is actually allow more daylight to all the units. And I think that is an excellent solution to that problem. And in terms of parking and all, most of these above commercial units, residential unit all along Queen Street and Dundas have no parking. So I think that it's a usual conditions, and I do not think that the parking is an issue here because it's been walking distance to everywhere, and it has a major 24 hours streetcar line. And I'm in support of this. Based on these comments, I am in support of this application.
Very, very good. Any other comments, panel members? Anyone? No. Is anyone ready with a motion on this application? Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
I would like to move for approval for item number 1, with no conditions.
No conditions. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Reid. Moved and pardon me. Moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. It carries the motion and the application is approved without condition. Thank you, panel. Number 2. (162) Markham Street. And on this application we have before us those materials submitted by the applicant. We have presentation materials from the agent received March the 1st. There is a commenting report from Community Planning, March 1st. And there is opposition in the form of correspondence written February 28 from 160 Markham Street. That would appear to be the property next door. So let's have the applicant join us, please.
Chairman and committee members, my name is Sahar and I'm representing on behalf of the owner of 162 Markham Street.
Thank you, Sahar. I'm just going to check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have someone standing by?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker is on standby.
Very good. Okay, Sahar, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we're doing an addition for the basement, first floor, and the second floor. If you zoom into the second slide, please. So this is the existing condition of the house right now. It's semi-detached, and the third slide will show the small addition on the first. Can you go please to the third slide? Next slide. Can you move to the, yes, no, the one, yes, the proposed. So the addition is really on the first floor is only the one I make a hatch on it, and we're doing the same layout on the basement and the second floor. So next slide, please. We got, no, the slide before, please. We got some variances. For example, the building depth it's supposed to be 17 meter, but mine is 20.96 meter. But if you go to the next slide, you can see some similarity in the neighborhood, which obviously shows some building depth are more than our building proposal, 22.94 in 177 Markham Street, 187, it's 22.61. We have 22.82 meter. Next slide, please. So this floor space index supposed to be 0.69, but I'm proposing 1.07. It's because of we're doing addition on the second floor, the same layout on the first floor, and the attic would be a livable space that would count. So that's why it makes it 1.07. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed, a very simple sketch that shows that the proposal, how it's going to look like. The first floor and the second floor. There is also a walkout for the basement in the back. Next slide, please. So the problem for the walkout basement is it's supposed to be 0.6 meter away from the property line, but I propose it 0.2 because I wanted to have the maximum space when on the first floor there's a sliding door. When I open it, I want to have the maximum space for the patio. And also the next slide will shows the similarity on 175 Markham Street. I took this picture from realtor.ca that shows exactly similar existing stairs with zero distance from the property line. Next slide, please. And also, it's going to be a 2 unit in this building, secondary unit. And apparently, like we only have, as per zone, the secondary unit is supposed to be the 45% of the total, but I propose 48% of the total. And that was my story. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for you, Agent. Has any element of your proposal already been built?
We got a building permit approval for the underpinning for the basement. You can check it online. Even the inspector came yesterday and he approved of it. So yes, the underpinning is almost done, but we haven't done any of the addition that I'm proposing today.
Okay, so the building permit on which construction is underway and almost completed, I understand from you.
Yes.
That building permit covers work, but that work is not the work that is proposed in your application. Am I correct?
No, it's not. It's just underpinning.
Thank you. Okay. Other questions, panel, for the... Okay. Let's go then to the speaker who is registered and standing by.
Hi, Patrick. You've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're with the panel now. You have 5 minutes to present your concerns. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start my video. Sorry. My name is Patrick Summers. I'm the son-in-law of the owner of the property at 164 Markham Street. The owners of the property, Agostino and Ermelinda Nagara, live at 164. They're 89 and 88, and they've lived on the property 164 for over 50 years. I'd like to begin by saying that in the Nogara's opinion, the plan of the owners at 162 Markham Street calls for a length of renovation that is too long on both the main floor and the second floor of the property. 17 feet length, which is the bylaw, is more reasonable, and it's out of character for the neighborhood to have the length that they request, which is 20.96 meters as opposed to 17 meters. It's out of character with the neighborhood. I note in the survey that was put up on the screen just now, there is no property of that length on the west side of Markham Street. So it is, by my eye view, the longest structure on that side of the street. It's also, given the closeness of 162 to 164, the change, as exhibited on the pictures that you saw, will further box in 164. The plans of 162 Markham will also cause a big increase in the size of the second floor because it'll build an additional part of the second floor out as you can see, maybe the pictures. Yeah, that's the perfect one. You can see that the construction will go all the way out to where the roof of that first floor, you can see in the backyard, will go. And and there'll be a deck on top of that, according to the plan. So there's two problems with that. One is that there's a real privacy concern with respect to the deck that's going to be on the top of the second floor. And there's also an issue with respect to spacing and sunlight. You can see that if the addition goes up to the second floor and a deck on top of that, that it's for sure going to affect the sunlight that comes through to 164. And as I indicated, or as I should have indicated, the NIAGARAs have they plant in the backyard, they plant vegetables and flowers. It will affect the sunlight in the backyard. It will also affect the sunlight on their property. Excuse me. This is a very large increase. The 162 are asking for a increase in the floor space index that is 1.0 times the lot size. And again, in our submission, this is excessive and out of character with the neighborhood. The bylaw only allows 0.69. So this is an excess of a floor space index over 30% beyond the bylaw. And with that concern, with respect to the floor space, there's a concern about the number of people that might be occupying the place. It appears that there's only 2 units, but there seems to be a bathroom with every room. So there's some concern that there will be a number of people that will be occupying this place in any event. Again, with respect to the deck, there is a concern that there'll be parties on the deck. There is a concern that there'll be excess noise coming from the deck. And I know the other neighbor on the other side complained about that possibility as well. Possibility of smoke pollution as well. I'd like to raise one other issue beyond that, and that is the plan for garbage removal. As I understand the plans, in looking at them, it appears that there is a unit that's accessed from the front and a unit that's accessed from the back. And I gather that's the reason why they request the variance with respect to the back steps.
Pardon me, I shall ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Okay, so just to say that I know that there's 4 tests that have to be passed or met under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. First, this variance is not minor. Second, it's not desirable from a planning or public interest. Thirdly, it does not meet the intent of the zoning law. And fourthly, the application does not maintain the intent of the official plan. It's not sensitive, it's not gradual, it doesn't fit in character in the prevailing patterns of height, massing, rear and side yard setbacks.
Your time is now up. Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Thank you. Okay. Okay, then, let's go back now then to the agent.
Yes.
And agent, if you could, you have an opportunity now to comment on what was said. Moderator, are there any other speakers standing by? No. Okay. To comment on what was said in rebuttal. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So regarding the depth, we're representing almost 20 meter. If you check the zoning interactive map, you can make a measurement. I know it's not accurate, but if you make the measurement take a look at the neighborhood, you can find a lot of building that is similar to our proposal or even bigger. Like you cannot check the picture from the eye and say, no, it's not. Like there is a zoning interactive map with the measurement tool. You can take a look and check that. His comments regarding the sunlight, the rear side of the building facing the west. So west is a sunset, means that it's not going to be an effect of the sunlight there. The east side is facing the front house. So the east side is mostly should be a concern, and which we are not doing anything on the front yard. There's not going to be any addition. And regarding the deck, I understand, but the proposal deck, we can propose a wood screening on each side, so the both neighborhood privacy can be respected. And generally, I take a look at the neighborhood. There's a lot of building which has a similarity, and we're allowed to design a 2-unit in that building. So, like, we're not breaking any rules in that matter.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, just a quick question. Just looking at the map on the screen, do you agree that the two neighbors' houses already exceeding the 17 allowable depth?
The two neighbor houses?
Yes, yes. They already, yeah, the north and the south neighbors. It seems that to me, I just want to know, they exceeding the 17 meters, which is the allowable depth.
Yes, they are. If you check the zoning interactive map, even our building the existing condition is 22 meter. Like, if you check my presentation, there is a picture that taken from the back in my presentation. So we're not going further from the shed. We're just doing the addition up to the shed and like the second floor as well. So this is the existing condition of it.
Yeah, that's what I try to figure out in terms of visual impact, whether the new build is extending, as one of the speakers saying that a lot more than the existing, but that's not what the case. I don't think. I think maybe the new build extends a little bit further from the shed, or just more or less where the shed is, you say?
Exactly. We're just going up to the shed. We're not going further because we need green space, and we're going to have propose a tree there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's a good explanation. Thank you. Yeah.
Further questions, panel? Not hearing any. So let's then now take this application into committee and move to a motion, please. Mr. Reid, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a reasonable application. The fact that the depth is not being increased over what's there, and I think it is relatively modest with just the second floor being proposed. This area does have significantly long houses, longer than what is permitted, and I think this is in line with that pattern of development. And I think the variances being requested are relatively minor in that effect. I do appreciate the applicant's suggestion of putting privacy screening on the north and south, so I'm happy to move a motion for approval, subject to the condition that privacy screening be installed on the north and south sides of the second floor patio, and subject to the condition of city planning.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunt, are you seconding that motion? Okay. It is moved and seconded to so approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion carries, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 3, 1036 St. Claren's Avenue. On 1036 St. Claren's, we have before us applicant's materials as submitted. There is opposition correspondence from 1361 Lansdowne, and there is a 24-signature petition in opposition, signed by owners and occupants on Lansdowne Avenue and on St. Claren's Avenue, which was received on March the 1st. So let's have the applicant join us, please.
Members, my name is Dennis Kerfurst. I'm the agent representing the homeowners on this property.
Good morning to you. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal. Go ahead.
Good morning. So I'd like to start by explaining what has driven this entire application. The homeowners have the in-laws going to be moving back with them due to financial constraints. So that is what has driven this proposal in itself. Secondly, in the area, there have been numerous garden suites and coach houses going up. And this is how they came to this idea of proposing a garden suite in order for them to facilitate their in-laws in order to have them move in with them on that one property for the financial constraints that they're having. That being said, given the variances that we have currently, there are 6 of them. We initially had 10, and we went back to zoning and we reduced it back to the 6. Of which I believe it's the condition with the 40 feet or the 45-degree angular plane projection, and we've come in basically with a flat roof condition, and the reason being is that this property, the back of it, is literally surrounded by 3 garages. So if you go to Google Map, you will notice that literally the property is useless. There's currently a garage that is there, a single car garage. It's 300 square feet, and the rest is all landscaped space that literally is weed. And if you look just to the north of the property, as far as landscape space goes, which would, I believe, is 1038 and 1040 St. Clarence Avenue, from Google Maps, you'll also notice that there's currently a 4-car garage that's currently occupying that space at the rear, along with what looks to be very much like a runway. There's 0 landscaping. It is literally completely hard landscape space. So that being said, I believe that the the other variances would be your typical setbacks, which we are encroaching on. But you know, that being said, I think this is a very a good design, given the space, the property, the location, you know, the mandate for density, and the fact that really these people have been pushed into this situation, literally due to financial constraints on their in-laws. You'll also notice to the south, we've actually pushed the front face of the building back where the garage is, so it almost lines up with that concrete block garage that's currently there. So really, from a sun perspective, I don't believe that we're taking anybody's sun away from a visual perspective. Currently, it's surrounded by 4 garages. As far as precedent and landscape space goes, there is a runway that is currently just north of the property, and I believe this is a pretty good design. I think it works really well within the city mandate.
Thank you. Okay. Questions, panel, at this stage, or let's go to the standing by speaker. We'll go to the speaker. Moderator.
Hi, Nick. You've been unmuted.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity.
Nick, your volume is slightly weak, so maybe speak a little closer to the mic. We're hearing you, but it's faint.
How's this?
It's better.
Great. Good morning, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity. I trust that you've reviewed the document and petition that was submitted. So I just really want to reemphasize that on behalf of my neighbors who are not comfortable in this type of forum myself. Actually, I'm the son-in-law of Dominic Cololilo at 1361 Lansdowne Avenue. Excuse me. So we'd like to state that we oppose the construction of this rear 2-story ancillary building garden suite that's approximately 1,200 square feet in its current form. We understand the intent of the city is to adopt these garden suites official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment in order to possibly address some housing issues. But constructing what is basically a 2-story house on a property that already has an existing house on it is a bit above and beyond what should be allowed. We feel that this application goes beyond the spirit and scope of the city's official plan and amendments. The variances being requested are major in scope and undermine the whole intent of what the city's own bylaw tried to achieve in controlling building size, setbacks, and height of structures. For example, the request for 37% of the rear yard to be maintained as soft landscaping, we feel that this is unacceptable. I mean, the minimum is 50%, and it's 50% for a reason. I mean, the greening of the city has been a priority for many years, as it should be. I mean, in order to positively affect climate change and maintain a livable city. I mean, this neighborhood is already deficient in green space, and allowing this variance will only add to negative effects that hardscaping will have to the environment and the neighborhood. There's no mention of any water management or how they plan to mitigate any potential drainage into neighbors' properties. He stated in his opening remarks that the existing area has a lot of hard space already. However, that doesn't justify increasing that amount of hard space just because it exists. I don't feel that that's a good enough reason to increase that. The setbacks, the side yard setbacks are supposed to be 1.5 meters, as you know. They're requesting 0.19 meters on the north and 0.08 on the south. We don't believe that there was any attempt to comply with the setback requirements. A net zero lot line is not acceptable. It will create an unserviceable space in between two buildings, leading to vermin infestation, garbage accumulation, and fire hazards. How would it be possible to maintain this area and keep it in a clean state with 0.08 meters, 3 inches in between buildings? With the deficiencies and setbacks in the current plan, most of the angular planes have been penetrated. Windows located on the west side, second floor, will have a direct view into my backyard as well as neighboring yards. There's no provision in the current plan indicating any kind of properly built privacy fence or some type of green screening to protect privacy. I believe my neighbors and I have the right to reasonably enjoy our own property without someone overlooking into our properties from just a few feet away. The applicant also, if I can comment on what he said, that there's garages on 3 properties existing. There is. However, they're not 2 stories in height. That's the difference. It's the above and beyond the height of the garages that comes into question, that it's going to affect the privacy of the neighboring lots.
Mr. Alfino, I'm going to ask you
Yes.
to make your final remarks now, please.
Okay. The drawings clearly illustrate that the kitchen and bathroom on both floors. What assures us that the kitchen garden suite will not be converted into 2 units? This is a minor modification done. The massing of the building, if approved, will overwhelm the proximity of other structures, totally alter the landscape and livability of the neighborhood. Careful guidance must be enforced by the committee, as this type of development is new, and all these variances, if approved, will be setting up precedents for any future applications in the neighborhood.
Your time is now up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions, panel? Hearing none, we'll go back to the applicant, who will have a chance to respond to some of the issues which were raised in rebuttal.
Oh, thank you, Committee Chair. You know, essentially, I've kind of already pretty much addressed the proposal itself relative to the space that we're dealing with. The gentleman that was commenting to the rear of our proposal There is currently a frame garage at the rear of the building. There's a small area which is landscaped and which has existing sodded area with some shedded material just being stored there. The property to the north garage is actually encroaching on the property by 0.9. You can see that from the survey itself. We are maintaining an existing sodded area, a massive area that's being maintained as sodded, 700 square feet, and there's an existing driveway there. So the impact on the property from our proposal is not very much different than what is currently there, other than the fact that we're using up open space to utilize it for our condition, given the condition of these homeowners. I don't think there's been any precedent being set here. There is a building at 457 Euclid Avenue. We just had quite a large coach house built. It's a coach house, which we are less than anything that proposal and that build is currently already finished and built, already occupies that space. So I believe that this proposal is quite significantly reasonable given the circumstances of the property and how everything is going within the city of Toronto, with all these laneway suites and garden suites being built. We've actually even set the building back at the rear from the west side in order to maintain more of the water runoff. And I think we've addressed this in every possible way, short of the people living there and using that back property, looking at garage walls. So, I truly respect what the gentleman had to say, but at the end of the day, I feel that, this is a very reasonable proposal.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, on your site plan, you have an existing garage, right? It says that it's going to be removed.
Correct.
How do you, how are you going to build the, when you remove the area that has been occupied, are you going to replace it by soft landscaping? Or?
Yeah. Yes, we are. We are going to basically continue the driveway up. As you can see, there's an existing asphalt driveway there. We're literally just going to continue that asphalt driveway up. We'll be occupying. So
soft landscaping then? You're going to pave the whole area?
We don't necessarily have to pave it. We could actually use pavers that are incorporated into a sodded condition where it actually allows permeability for rain runoff and water drainage, proper drainage. And it will actually, in a sense, be a 50% soft and 50% hard. But again, you'll notice there's quite a large space that is currently completely sodded.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I thought that if you remove the garage and you have the width of you only pave as wide as the existing driveway, you can increase your soft landscaping, right? Instead, you are telling me that it's going to be the whole area up to the new coach house is going to be paved, and that's why you have a deficiency, I guess.
So it's not a coach house. Well,
variance
it's actually
number one. My question is, can you eliminate variance number one? Does it pay off?
I could probably work with that. Yes, we could. If it means, in order to eliminate, the condition with the soft landscaping, I could talk to the homeowners and we could probably just keep it as a sodded space then,
Because I think it's a reasonable request. For what I understand that you have a large area that is a good opportunity for you to comply with that variance. I think.
I could agree with that, and I'm sure that they would be willing to allow that in order to allow this application to proceed forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Okay, then, if there are no further questions.
So, are we in committee? Are we do I have support to request the elimination of variance number 1?
Well, I think we should take it into committee, Ms. Chan, to see what the general thoughts of the panel members are with respect to the application. So let's go into committee now, and I look to members. Mr. Reid, go ahead with your thoughts.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll start, and I don't support this application. I think that the neighbor raised some very good points and quite eloquently. I think what this is doing is almost putting a laneway suite into a garden suite situation, and there's been very little effort, I think, to meet the spirit of the garden suite policies, particularly the 45-degree angular planes. Those are cut into on each side. And I do understand that it's surrounded by garages for the most part, but they're one-story garages and it's a tightly packed area. And I think inserting this level of building with no respect basically for the garden suite policies is inappropriate. So I can't support it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunt, any thoughts?
My thoughts echo those of Mr. Reid. It seems that they're trying to squeeze too much into too little space, and the overwhelming opposition indicated by both immediate and perimeter neighbors suggests that this should not be supported.
And I'm of the same view. I felt that the deposition by Mr. Alfino was persuasive. Variances number 1 and number 5, the deficient soft landscaping and the extra coverage, those two variances drive each other, and they are not in line with the bylaw. And in my view, they're not minor. So I can't support this either. Ms. Chen.
Okay, I can add my 2 cents, but I say of course I don't seem to have the support for my idea. I was trying to make it more reasonable by comply with the soft landscaping, because I think they have a large backyard. The reason why I think I can support it is because it, first of all, as I say, it's a matter of a perception, because it's surrounded by 3 other garages, which is like 1 story, and then I do not know where you're going to stand to see that the extra story will be affected in any way or impacted in any way. I'm not too sure of that. So with that, I think that I can support it in the spirit that although it do not meet the garden suite bylaws in terms of angular plane, but I think that the garden suite bylaws is also very clear cut. And a lot of applications we have seen so far, many sites cannot comply. And it seems that especially the setback and the angular plane for both sides and the front, it is very difficult to comply anyway. So I'm just trying to say that this is a test of the bylaw, which is whether it's actually practical to ask for all that.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Since I'm the minority, I do not think my motion will be passed anyway. So I let other people make the motions.
Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Reid, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair. I do just want to say to Yim's point, I think it is, it's a good point that the garden suite policies do seem to be hard to enact in real life. But I still think this is too much on this site. And I think it does show that every site is not necessarily appropriate for a garden suite. Anyway, with that in mind, and with the comments I made before, I move that the variances be refused.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Hunt. Moved and seconded, therefore, to refuse the application. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Ms. Chan is in dissent, but with that vote, the motion is carried and the application is thereby refused. Panel moves on to number 4, 89 to 109 Niagara Street. On this application before us are those materials submitted with the application. There's a cover letter from the agent, February, another from the agent, January. There are previous Committee of Adjustment decisions affecting the property from 2020 and 2021. A bylaw affecting the subject property. Seems to be a site-specific bylaw. And presentation materials from the agent, March the 2nd. We have a commenting report from City Planning. And we have one form letter in support from 74 Niagara. So let's have the applicant join us, please.
Morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. I'm Katie Hickey, agent of the owner.
Good morning to you. Okay, panel members, any request here for a presentation? Any questions directly that you want to put to the agent? I'm not hearing any. Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the materials circulated. It's been highlighted on the revised notice that and emphasized that it appears this building is under construction now. Is any portion of the anticipated variance requests have they been incorporated into that construction?
So just to give a bit of context, the site-specific bylaw, there's a building A, which is a retained and reused heritage structure, and then there's a building B. And the variances generally apply to building A. That building is not under construction yet. It's building B that's currently under construction and nearing completion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Good question, Mr. Hunt. Thank you. Agent, is there anything else in particular, one or two points that you think we should know about your application? Agent? We appear to have lost.
Sorry, I was locked on mute.
There you go.
No, I have nothing more to add if there's no other questions, but
okay.
Yeah, happy to
Thank
answer.
you. Okay. All right then, panel, let's take the application into committee for a motion. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I can start with comment. I think I know the area really well, and then there's a lot of mix of different types of building forms and uses. And I think that this conversion or change is not going to negatively impact the area, and I'm in support of that the application. Yeah.
Can you make a motion?
Okay, I make a motion for approval with no conditions. Yeah.
Thank you. Second to that motion, Mr. Reed. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. To carry the motion, the application is approved. Number 5 is 35 Ridge Drive. Panel has before it submitted materials. 2 cover letters from the agent, March 1st. There is a tree inventory plan with photos. There's a staff report from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, Urban Forestry. In support, there are 5 form letters from addresses on Ridge Drive. In opposition, there is a letter from 37 Ridge Drive, Thomas Scott, Joanne MacArthur, received February 28. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Hearing you just fine. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel.
Great, yes, thank you very much. I'm Tom Sprague, the architect, Sprague and Company Architects. And very briefly, I'd like to first of all focus on the 5 variances that you do see beside you. In specific, variance number 3. This was to do with a side yard variance and building very close to the neighbor at the east, number 37 Ridge. And they expressed concerns, and after a meeting with the owners, it was decided that we would delete that variance. So variance number 3, in deference to the concerns of the neighbor to the east, will be deleted, number 3.
Okay, just hang on there for a second. That's important. So we are deleting variance number 3.
Yes,
this becomes an amended application. Is that, Mr. Sprague, the only change to the variances?
Yes, that is correct. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And that's just respecting the wishes of the people to the east, or to the west, sorry, or to the east, I'm sorry. With respect to the other variances you do see before you, there's 2 variances really that do relate to the actual house. One is variance number 4, the floor space index, and it's marginally above the 0.6 times the area of the property, 0.63. I had sent in previous information just showing other examples. Across the street, for example, is actually 0.86. So what's being proposed here is certainly not out of keeping with other floor space index decisions. The second variance really relating to the house is to do with a 3rd floor deck. And there's a beautiful view up there overlooking the city. And so what we've done on the deck is to set it back on all sides. It's basically on a flat roof. So we've set it back from the west and east sides, both 10 feet. And it's also, it doesn't extend out to the south end, it's set back 3 feet. So really it will be very private, but of important note, if you look in our drawings or what we're proposing to do, is each side of this deck, we will have a 6-foot high privacy fence. So there'll be no overview issues whatsoever looking into neighbors on both sides. So that's really the 2 variances that deal with the house. There's no variances for other things like length of building, heights of wall, heights of the building, side yard setbacks for the house, landscaping. It's just these 2 variances. And in my opinion, what's being proposed here is minor, and I think it's very reasonable.
Thank you very much. Okay, moderator, do we have how many speakers standing by here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 3 speakers on standby.
Very good. Let's go with the first speaker then, please.
Hi, Ted. You've been unmuted.
Hello?
Good
Yes,
morning.
can you hear me?
Hear you fine. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Thomas Scott, also known as Ted Scott. And I am the neighbor at 37 Ridge, immediately to the east of 35 Ridge. And
Go ahead and let us know about how you feel this application could impact your situation. Go ahead, please, Ted.
Oh, well, my wife and I met with the owners and they consulted with the architect and taken care of our principal objection, which was variation 3, which was going to restrict our access to our wall-mounted air conditioning unit on the west side of our property. And so that's taken care of. As to the scope of the other variations, and we're kind of getting boxed in. We're not delighted with that, but we're not experts, and we'll rely on the committee to exercise their judgment. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I did note that the applicant has eliminated variance number 3, which is the one that you were citing, and so that part has been done. So we are viewing the application now as that minor variance request not being part of it. Okay, let's go on to the next speaker standing by.
Hi, Robert, you've been unmuted. Robert, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Would you deal with the echo part, Stanley?
Hi, Robert. If you have more than one audio device operating, please turn off one of them.
Hey, just a moment. Is that better? No, all I've got is. Okay, okay, I'm gonna back out and sign in again. Okay, can you?
Robert, you need to turn off your other devices to eliminate the echo.
Hi, Robert. Are you still there?
I'm just hold on.
Okay, I think it's working now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we hear you without an echo. You're back,
Oh.
Robert, from outer space. Good.
Well, terrific. Always a pleasure.
Okay, Robert, you have 5 minutes to address the panel with your concerns about the application.
Okay, good morning, panel members. It is, still morning. My name is Robert Brown. I reside at 88 Spadina Road, Suite 212, Toronto, Ontario, Mary 5 Roger 2 Sam 8. I've been retained by the neighbors at 31 Ridge who are opposed to this application. I have submitted a few days ago a couple of exhibits, and hopefully you have seen them. They're just maps from the city. Now, the primary concern is the official, how this project does not meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. So what I want to do is draw your panel members' attention to Chapter 3 of the official plan, Natural Environment Policies, particularly 3.4.1 subsection D, preserving and enhancing the urban forest by increasing the tree canopy coverage and diversity, especially of long-lived native and large shade trees. The subject property, as you're aware, backs onto a ravine and the historical Lake Iroquois shoreline. The official plan, Chapter 3, 3.4, policies 8, 9, and 10, I'd like to bring to your attention. So development will be set back from the following locations by at least 10 meters or more if warranted by the severity of existing or potential natural hazards. A, the top of bank of valleys, ravines, and bluffs. The top of slope of valleys, ravines, and bluffs. Other locations where slope instability, erosion, flooding, and other physical conditions present a significant risk to life or property. And other locations near the shoreline which may be hazardous if developed because of flooding, erosion, or dynamic beach processes. Land below the top of bank or other hazard lands may not be used to calculate permissible density in the zoning bylaw or used to satisfy parkland requirements. And I think that it's it would be helpful, I think, to you members if the architect could confirm the area that he used to calculate his density, because how far beyond his so-called top of bank measurement. So if you looked on the map 9 that I sent to you, there is a quite clear demarcation of where the Lake Iroquois shoreline is, and it runs just south of Ridge Drive. So generally, in policy 10, development is generally not permitted in the natural heritage system, where the underlying land use designated provided for the development in or near the natural will. And here you've got recognized natural heritage values and potential impacts on the natural ecosystem as much as is reasonable in the context of other objectives. And it's to minimize adverse impacts when possible, restore and enhance the natural heritage system. I believe that this proposal is one that does potentially harm the ravine and in this area. Now, there's another document that I sent to you, which was it was a decision, or I should say a report from Ravine and Natural Features for, I believe it's 21 Ridge Drive, where Mr. Medwinski actually submitted a denial request. And I believe that the 21 and 35 really are very, very similar situations. So I would request that this application be denied as it fails to meet the intent of the official plan. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Let's see. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? No, I'm not hearing any. And I do note that with respect to this application that Urban Forestry has asked for that should it be approved, that various conditions which they impose would be applied. Okay, let's go back then, or do we have one more speaker? Let's go to the third registered speaker. Mr. Urbain.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jean-Yves Urbain. I'm the owner of 15 Ridge Drive.
Good morning to you. You have 5 minutes to address the panel. Go ahead, please.
Well, let's start to speak about the platform, we can say, on the top part. So it is really the decking, which is proposed at 14.6 square meters. That was going to create a precedent. I know what is the bylaw, it is 4 square meters. However, if you look at the 27 Ridge Drive was at the Committee of Adjustment a few months ago, and they also tried to have a larger deck on the 3rd floor, and they were forced to reduce it to 4 square meters. I know on the case of 27, they said they're going to install some planters to try to reduce it. But for me, installing planters is just a question of in a few years, they will disappear and then they will have their full deck. In the case of 35, the 14.6 is excessive. I know it's a nice view. I have a house looking in the same directions. However, it's excessive. It's excessive, and that need to be reduced. Next issue, spacing or setback on the west side of the property. Currently, the property is at 0.7, I believe, or 7.2 from the property line. The bylaw say 1.2. Depending also where you read in the bylaw, because also if you read the section or the chapter 10.5.40.71, paragraph 4, more or less say that you can, because of the lot width, you can keep it in line with the building. But the purpose of the 1.2 was twofold. One was to protect the neighbors against fires, and also giving access to the backyard for fire protections. I know that there is a driveway that belongs to the neighbors, but if you don't push the building at 1.2, that will create some problem for the building beside it, who is 31, if they want to enlarge the building in the future. And they will not be able to go too close to their property line and having the 1.2. Now, the parking area, I have no issue. It is there for years. It's just, and I'm pretty sure that there was a garage before, I don't know, perhaps 50 years ago. That's just why there is already a parking area at the front. So it's just a non-issue for me. The floor space, yeah, they're pushing the building. I did not look at it, so it's not a major issue, but it's obvious that the owner wants to maximize the use of the lot. But is it very close to the edge of the escarpment? The answer is yes, no question about it. Now, two less issue, the decking in the back. I know the bylaw doesn't require that you put privacy walls, we can put it that way, but you should ask for a privacy wall, so that way that the neighbor on the east or the neighbor on the west is not affected. I have a deck on 15 Ridge Drive, and I have put the privacy walls on the west side, because otherwise, because of the arrangement of that location, is the decking is going to be above the fence. So on the decking, you'll be able to see the neighbor's backyard without any problem. And the last point is constructability. I know the Committee of Adjustment doesn't really care at that part, but when—
Mr. Urban, I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah. In the case of 23, they were on Retry, they were under construction for years, and they had built scaffolding on the property of 19 without asking permission. They are having they're going to have stucco. They're going to have to do that, and I don't believe that 35 would give permission to have access to the property, and that's just you cannot build it in that sense. I'm done.
Thank you. Your time is just up. Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker? No. Okay, that was the final speaker registered to speak in concern or opposition on this application. So we'll go back now to the applicant, and it is now the applicant's chance to comment on what has been said in rebuttal.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll respond to Mr. Barber's comments first. I'll also, he was referring to, 10-meter setbacks and everything, and he'd sent through yesterday, which I didn't mention earlier, but it's on there, it's been posted at 3:30. It was posted very late, stating that there should be another variance because it's needs to have a setback to the hill, as subject to the Toronto Region Conservation. This is not, I wrote a rebuttal letter to that this morning, which was posted this morning, March 8th, answering that thing. And in fact, there's no requirement for an existing variance that he was asking for, and it's not subject to Toronto Region Conservation. So this is not, the property is not subject to that, so it's not subject to any further requirements. With respect to the trees, there's not one tree coming out. In fact, we have, which was posted on the 27th from Yaroslav Medwinski, just saying there are no conditions attached to this. So they're satisfied from that end that we're not doing anything detrimental to the backyard of the property. But so I wanted to make that very, very clear. Secondly, I'll refer to the, I think that's really all the comments that, just answering that. But we're not taking any trees apart, and we're just building within the overall length. We're allowed to do that. And so secondly, with the second speaker, I would just make comment that we are allowed to, the side yard setback as a matter of right is actually, with this property, they can go 0.6 meters. That's what it is. That's why there's not a variance for it with this property. So, so they're allowed to do that. I'd also say, which I did stress very clearly on the third floor deck, yes, it's set back from both sides on the roof. It's not right to the edge of the building below. Set back each side, and we're having high fences each side, so we are responding to that. We're not even going to the south side. So I feel very, very strongly, I'll go back to what I stated before. I really believe that this, in my opinion, they've gone to all efforts to accommodate the neighbors to the east, and I think that what's before you is reasonable and as I said, in my opinion, minor in nature.
Thank you very much. Panel members, Ms. Chan, question, go ahead.
I have a quick question. Actually, on your ground floor, at the back, you also have a deck, right?
Yes.
Is that deck? It's because it's elevated. Is it what they are talking about privacy, that you can look from there? You can overlook the other people's backyard. My question is, would you put privacy screen on that one too?
If you notice the deck where it is, it's located way on the east side. I don't think it's. I really don't think it's necessary, to be honest. Because you see, it's not.
That's not what they're talking about, right? Your neighbors
sure.
have concern about privacy. Sure. They're talking about the first floor deck, not this one.
I think it's the third floor, and I agree, and that's why up there. Well, that's why we've definitely doing it. If you go up to the third floor, you have to go to maybe to the elevations. Go to the elevations. If you could keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, there you see that.
You see the ground floor is also elevated quite a bit, right?
Because it's pushed back from the west. Yeah, so it's it's way back. It's not like it's right on the property line. But the ones on the top floor where you could look down on the neighbors, yes, definitely. And you can see there we've got the privacy fencing. Yeah, right there.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, panel, if there are no further questions, let's take the application into committee and move to a motion, please. Anyone ready with a motion? Any comments? Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application. I was kind of surprised that the variances weren't larger or that there weren't more, because it is a sizable addition. I was slightly concerned about the upper deck, the third floor deck, but I think as the applicant has described, it's well set back from both side lot lines, and there's privacy screening. And the parking space as well is an existing condition and very common on that street. So I think it's an eminently supportable application. Yim, you have something to add?
Yes, I just would like to ask whether you will add a condition if you're going to support it to tie it to the first floor plan, because it's indicating how big the deck is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a great idea. Thanks for that suggestion. So I'm happy to move approval of the application as amended. That's with variance 3 being deleted, subject to the condition that it's tied to third floor plans.
And I believe forestry applies.
I thought they had no condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there are no forestry conditions.
Thank you both. Okay, very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Hunt. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. Motion carried. The application's approved. Thank you, panel. And that moves us to item number 6. '88 Braemore Gardens. The committee has before it application materials submitted. There's an arborist report from December, and there is comment from Urban Forestry from March 1st. Let's have the applicant join us, please. Just state your name.
Arlene Beaumont, Outred and Associates. We are the agents for the owners of 88 Braemore Gardens. As you noted, we are here today for 3 variances related to proposed enclosure of an existing front porch. Just to clarify, about half of the front porch is already enclosed. That was done at some point in the past. We're not sure when. My clients would like to enclose the rest, the other half of that porch, to create some additional living space, including including a powder room and some storage. The variances that we require are floor space index.
Excuse me.
The current floor space index is
Ms. Beaumont.
approximately 77.4%.
Ms.
Enclosing
Beaumont.
the porch will increase the gross floor area by...
Ms. Beaumont. Just a moment, please, Ms. Beaumont. I'm just going to check with my panel members on whether or not they do require a presentation, and whether they would prefer to put any questions they may have put to you directly. So, panel members, presentation? Not needed. Are there questions for the agent? There is a question. So, Ms. Beaumont, we have a question to put to you directly.
Sure.
Yes, the question is regarding the front yard setback. Is it only triggered by the enclosing the rest of the porch, or was it not already calculated because part of the porch is already enclosed, right? So I do not know. Is it because it's triggered by that corner when after the northeast corner?
Yeah, so the zoning examiner could not find a building permit historical for the first enclosure of half the porch. So she decided to legalize what is existing, which would be the 3.91 meters to the existing front porch that's enclosed. And then the new portion would also meet that 3.91 meters. So we're basically legalizing the existing.
Yeah, exactly. So now I understand, because I thought that it's already there. Then why do we have to do it again? But since, yeah, you explained very well, because it was not approved before. Yeah, thank you.
That's correct. Yes.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I just want to note one other thing.
Go ahead.
I wasn't able to make a presentation, but I would like to just note, we have a side yard setback of 0.58 to the existing front porch bricks. But if you can see on the site plan there, the setback to the column at the front, existing column, is 0.56. My concern is the zoning examiner has interpreted this a certain way. I'm wondering if we should revise the application to be 0.56. It would be a 2 centimeter increase in the variance, but I'm afraid at building permit that this might be a problem. So I'm wondering if we could just revise it. The pillar is not changing. We're just asking to legalize 0.56 meters to that column.
My question to you is this: Will that amendment make the application more or less onerous?
It would make it more onerous by 2 centimeters, but it is existing and it's not changing. So it's just legalizing the existing column, which is 0.56 meters.
I understand. We just don't want to get into a situation where we have to defer the application and notify all those who have a right to be advised of changes which make it more onerous.
Right, I understand.
That is the issue. So I think we should let it stand.
Through you,
Chairman,
Mr. Chair, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, if the variance is more onerous and it was not on the public hearing notice, then that would require new notice if the variance is going to be more onerous.
Right. So we'll let it stand as it is for the purposes of the vote. Okay. At this stage, then, let's take the application into committee for any comments, but moving to a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
yes, I can have a motion. So notwithstanding the complication about the variance number 3. I think it's a very minor, straightforward application, and there's no reason not to support it. And they don't have oppositions. With first condition number 1, I will like to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? It is seconded by Mr. Hunt. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor? Show of hands, please. Vote carried, unanimous vote, application approved. Thank you all. Number 7 is 6, Markdale. On this application, panel has before it those materials submitted with the application, presentation materials 1 March and 2 March, comment from transportation. There is support in the form of 21 form letters signed by owners and occupants on Markdale and Warwick Avenue. There is opposition correspondence from 8 Markdale, 5 Warwick, 9 Warwick, 11 Warwick, 4 Markdale, 3 Warwick, 4 Markdale, 7 Warwick, 4 Markdale, and 3 Warwick. And there is further correspondence and opposition from number 3 Warwick, Unit 4. Okay, then, let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning to you. State your name, please.
Craig Race.
Very good. Okay. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you. If staff could please pull up our supporting material, I'll walk you through a presentation. This application is for a garden suite in an RM zone. It has some interesting features because it's located behind a multi-unit building, as is prevalent in the area. If you could please go to the first page. This should be a multi-page PDF. Thank you. As you see by the rendering here, this is the rendering of the garden suite, obviously. On the next page, we have a bit of a bird's eye perspective. The application has generally sought to conform with setback requirements and other provisions in the garden suite bylaw. However, we are seeking variances to go for a suite that is larger than would typically be allowed due to the nature of the site. Some features I'll point out are that we are attempting to preserve and enhance the green space at the rear of this lot, which currently is in relatively short supply. And we are maintaining a garage in the unit as it is intended to operate as a detached home effectively. Also, we are not affecting any of the trees currently located adjacent to the site. Next page, please. The context is very interesting here. As I mentioned, this is a multi-unit building. It's technically considered an apartment, and that is the prevalent character along Markdale and Warwick in this area. You'll also notice we're adjacent to Bathurst, where there are relatively large apartment buildings. Each of these buildings in the adjacent context has typically at least 3 units, some up into 5 and 6 units, and they are all connected in the rear yard by parking areas. which is visible on the next slide. If you could please proceed to that. So all of the rear yards are connected here as surface parking with garages in the main buildings. You'll notice on the right of this large image, there's a black and a white car park there. This is where we're proposing to tear up the surface parking and introduce some soft landscaping to separate the paved area from the proposed garden suite. We are preserving all of the parking in the left side of the image, as well as access to the garages in the main building. Next page, please. We are seeking essentially 5 variances. I'm pleased to answer questions about any of them, but I will point out that we're following the required side and rear yard setback requirements for the garden suite policy. We are seeking an increased footprint area, which we believe is justified by the openness of the site and the prevalence of large buildings. I'll also indicate that we are seeking relief from the angular plane requirements because we believe we have suitable shadowing conditions. If you go to the next page, please. We provided a shadow study, the bulk of which is in the appendix, but this indicates at noon on the equinox, comparing our design to an as-of-right garden suite design that includes angular planes, our shadow impact is only marginally different on the adjacent property. And again, all of these properties are predominantly surface parking in their rear yards. So we believe the impact is negligible and that it's suitable to have this additional space for family occupation in balance for the additional impact. On the next page, you'll see that the homeowners have done an excellent job of stakeholder outreach. They have 21 letters of support. The canvas area is indicated on the map. They talked to 18 adjacent properties with multiple tenants in each. We've also been collaborating with the planning department to ensure they are supportive of the application, and we did not receive comment back from council. To conclude, if you go to the next page, this is really an interesting case where the garden suite policy does allow this use on the site. We think that it is an ideal site to go for something bigger than is typically contemplated. The garden suite bylaws assume a garden suite is going in a home's rear yard with adjacent rear yards immediately beside it. That's just not the case here, and we think that this is an ideal opportunity to provide a proper detached family home in a currently underutilized space that's a block away from public transit.
I shall ask you to make your final comments now, please.
That concludes my statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes. We ask questions now, or are there some more speakers?
You may ask questions now if you wish. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My question is, when I will look at the photographs at the back where you want to put this garden suite, it looks like it doesn't have a lane, but it looks like everybody, how do they get to their parking? It seems that they use the backyard almost as a lane throughway.
Yes, that is correct. So if you go back to the site plan page, which immediately follows the site photographs, each property has a side driveway that connects Markdale Avenue and Warwick Avenue to the rear.
Yes,
which you'll see
the
is
photographs.
Yes. And then also they are all connected across their backyards. There's no easement or anything. It's just kind of a communal use where people have treated this like a laneway.
Yeah, so what my question is then, if you put your garden suite there, will it change or interrupt the current use, or do they have to go around your garden suite to the
Not
parking?
at all.
I'm not too sure how it works, or through your property.
No, we have sought to maintain that access. If you scroll to the next page, please, you'll notice on the site plan.
Yes.
Sorry, the page after this. The site plan, we are preserving the parking adjacent to the main building, as well as what we're referring to as the laneway between the properties. It's only the final row of surface parking that is on the opposite side of that quote unquote lane that we're converting into house space.
Oh, so the people currently, they just drive through, right? So one of my question is, will they in the future will drive through between your house and the garden suite? You maintain that as like a public use? How?
That is exactly correct. So if you go to the last page, you'll see on the right of the large image, sorry, scroll up, please, to the site photographs. The black and the white car parked on the right of the large image, that is essentially the front of the garden suite. So that laneway will continue to exist. It's kind of like a street in many respects.
Oh, okay. Although people do not have the right of way or the easement, but you still will maintain the current use.
That is exactly correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's good explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question at this stage also, applicant. Number 3 minor variance proposed. Immediately, it looks like it's an issue, a problem. You're asking for 101 coverage where 60 meters squared is permitted. Tell us why that is minor and in the spirit of the bylaw.
Certainly. So we are preserving all setbacks to ensure we have separation from adjacent properties. And quite simply, this is a very large site with very large buildings all around it. We felt that it was suitable to pursue a slight increase to the livable area and include an integrated garage, given the prevalence of car parking in the area, rather than minimize the overall footprint. So it does follow the official plan amendment for garden suites that does require protection of trees and green space, as well as separation from adjacent properties. Therefore, we felt the additional coverage was negligible.
Okay, thank you. Let's go then to other questions, panel, at this stage. Let's go then to the registered speakers who are standing by. First.
Colin, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Not very well. You're you're not very clear. Sorry.
Okay, let me just try to get a better. Is that any better, committee?
Are you the owner of the property?
I am. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought the agent was speaking on your behalf.
I just wanted to make a quick statement to the committee with a few items that I'd like to say. Is that acceptable?
Well, typically the agent would speak on your behalf because we have registered speakers in opposition standing by to speak. So I will give you half a minute to make.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just a quick statement. My name is Colin John McKenzie. My wife and I have owned the property at 6 Markdale for 30 years, and we've been residents much of the time. We love the neighborhood and hope to be able to live here our entire lives. During my community outreach, we received 21 letters of support and many others where tenants didn't want to sign something. At 6 Markdale, we're very fortunate to have a very large lot of 17.6 meters, much larger than most residential areas. This allowed me and my wife to work closely with our architect and city planning to design a garden suite that complies with the side and rear yard setbacks and the height requirements by the bylaw.
Okay.
Since our daughter moved out last year to study in the UK,
your time is now up.
Our current 4-bedroom.
Your time is up. We're going to go to the registered speakers who are standing by in opposition. Typically, the agent would speak on your behalf, or you could speak, but not both. So let's go to the first speaker in opposition, please.
Michelle, you've been unmuted and you may turn on your video.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't know if yeah, now I'm on video. We are the owners, my husband and me, of the property at 5 Warwick Avenue. It's right at the back of the proposed building, and we think we'll be directly affected by it. So we are opposing the variances. I think new building going beyond the 45 angle plane.
Michelle, I'm going to interrupt you. Just hang on for a moment while we zoom in on this area map. I want to see where your property is.
Okay.
So can we zoom in here? And you're on, your address
Five.
again is, you're 573.
No, that's where I live, but the building I'm talking about is 5 Warwick, right?
5 Warwick, okay.
Behind it, the property.
Okay.
The proposed.
Okay,
building.
now we get it. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so going beyond the 45 angular plane will prevent us, in our opinion, from enjoying access to the views we have now, sunlight, and privacy. The fact that this new building would be very close to the property line and would have huge windows just overlooking our backyard obviously would affect our privacy. The additional lot coverage and reducing the soft landscape area would also reduce, in our views, the enjoyment of the green space for us, our property, and every other property surrounding it. This building on this lot, right, on the proposed, where the proposed building is, has already a third floor added to it. So it's already like a high density, in my opinion. And by increasing more the density and at the same time reducing the parking spaces on it, they would put even more pressure to the very limited parking capacity of the neighborhood streets and lots. So in other words, we oppose all the variances because we think they would negatively affect further our quality of life and affect all the surrounding properties. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Panel? No? Okay. Moderator, we do have someone else standing by?
Jacqueline, you've been unmuted.
Oh, yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit muffled. Try stating your name, please.
Yes, it's Jacqueline Benyas. Can you hear me?
I do hear you. There's a fuzziness. Maybe get a little closer to the mic.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I have you on my phone. Let me try that. Is this better?
I'd say it is. Go ahead, Jacqueline, and let's see how. No, now we have an echo. Moderator, I'll let you handle this.
Jacqueline, please turn off one of your audio devices.
I'll speak into the laptop. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm a longtime resident and owner of 3 Warwick. Michelle is my neighbor, who you just heard from. I'm co-owners with my sister Caroline, who you'll hear from in a moment. We oppose the structure of the building on many of the points that Michelle had just shared. Living there for 50 years. And for context, these are not single-family dwellings. These are fourplexes. So this construction will affect hundreds of people on Warwick and on Markdale, Chiltern Hill, and Bathurst, at the apartment buildings that were just noted. The quality of our life here for 50 years, it's a very safe and tranquil community. This plan has not been well thought out at all. We have so many issues that we oppose in terms of infrastructure, in terms of parking, in terms of quality of life, in terms of health and safety, welfare for all of our neighbors. This structure actually affects 3 Warwick, 5 Warwick, 7 Warwick directly, because the 2-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows is going to impact the privacy and safety of our lives. We use our backyard all the time. So we're going to have strangers looking at us, and we have not only owners and tenants, we have young families here. So there's a major health and safety issue. Mostly, in terms of the construction period, post-COVID, we know that this is going to be built from floor up. This is not a renovation, and this is going to take a long time. And for the hundreds of people who live in the city block of Warwick and Markdale and Bathurst, this will affect the tranquility, the mental health, safety of our lives. And we have been here paying property taxes, for 50 years. This is unacceptable, and it really will impact us. And there's overwhelming support from all the neighbors, both owners and tenants, who oppose the building of the structure. This site is definitely not appropriate for a garden suite. There's also environmental concerns, as we are so close to the Cedarville ravine migration patterns that affect all the ravines in the city of Toronto. We can go on. I know I have a short time and I want to share this with my sister, so I'll end here. But we are opposing this on so many factors. Thank you for your time, and Caroline, if you want to jump in now.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, panel members, any questions? I do have one for you, Jacqueline. With respect to the overlook concern which you expressed,
yes.
The current building on the site is a fourplex, as you pointed out. Is there not an existing overlook situation there, especially with the second floor of overlook from the second floor of the fourplex?
Okay, so the fourplexes, the way that they're designed is there's a large lawn backyard where I grew up playing there. All the neighborhood kids played in the backyard. Then there's concrete where we have our parking, and the garages are actually underneath the 2 stories. Also, as Michelle had pointed out, 6 Markdale is the only structure, only fourplex in this city block that increased their footprint by raising the roof and adding another floor. And, and now they want to build literally right butt up to our property line. So their 2-story structure of this garden suite will absolutely affect our privacy, our safety for the children, for all of us. We all use our backyards, and don't get me started on mental health in the city and what construction can do for our community. This is a large community. It's not single-family dwellings. We're talking about hundreds of people here that will be affected and impacted by this build. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go back now to the applicant, who will have a chance to address the issues that were raised in comment and in rebuttal. Applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll respond to Ms. Blitz's comments about the angular plane. So as our shadow study indicated, the marginal difference is truly marginal in this case. We did make an effort to maintain the rear yard setback. It's actually beyond the required rear yard setback for a portion of the lot, as per what the garden suite bylaws require. So we have done our best to attempt to minimize shadow impact while also balancing access to parking on the other side of the site. Obviously, parking was brought up. There are going to be 6 parking spaces, legal parking spaces, maintained on the site, even after this proposal is complete. That will be for a total of 5 units. We are well above the apartment bylaw, the old requirements for parking here. And frankly, planning has informed us that they're not concerned about parking. We are adding bike parking to the garden suite, and we more than comply with the requirements of planning and the old bylaw. The parking bylaw is kind of in flux right now, which is why that variance exists. Referring to there was a comment about green space. We really made an effort to craft the footprint of the building to protect and enhance the green space at the rear of this site. As I mentioned, we're preserving all trees and only building beyond the required tree protection zones on our property and the adjacent ones. as well as adding a new green strip between the rear laneway and the proposed development. So we actually think this is an enhancement over the current condition. Really, a lot of the comments are related to just not wanting a garden suite at all here, which I understand new development can be difficult for residents to contemplate. But garden suites are a permitted use. This is an R zone. All of these properties are entitled to have a garden suite. And as our one illustration indicated, this is almost exactly the same impact a fully as-of-right garden suite would have on this property and the adjacent ones. And the fact that this is a well-connected, multi-unit area really indicates to us that this is an ideal place for a garden suite to go. We also have privacy concerns about overlook in that we don't want people looking into the house as well as looking out of it. And that's something we intend to work on during the design. But otherwise, we believe that this does satisfy the requirements of the official plan and the 4 tests. And we think that this is something that will only enhance an already dense and livable neighborhood. Actually, those sections are a great indication. The side angular planes have essentially no impact on the deputations we just heard. If you go to the next page, you'll see that we barely encumber the rear yard angular plane, which is the left one in this elevation diagram. That literal about 2 feet we impede into it is the difference between a fully as-of-right impact on the property to the north and what we're proposing. Thank you. Pleased to answer any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second now. Staff, are we looking, is this the rear elevation of the garden suite? The one facing
Yes, sir.
The backyards of number 3 and number 5 Warwick?
Yes, sir, it is.
It is. So, okay, so there is very substantial window on that side facing into the backyards of 3 and 5 Warwick.
That is a fair comment, sir. And there are no bylaw requirements dictating the amount of glazing on this elevation. However, we would be pleased to work with the neighbors on an acceptable solution, as well as possibly consider conditions if the committee would like to recommend any.
Okay, thank you for that. When I see that amount of glazing is substantial. Okay. Any other questions, panel, for the applicant?
Yes, that's fair, sir. And whether this were a minor variance application or an as-of-right application, this amount of glass is permitted. However, we are absolutely concerned about privacy both in and out, and we're happy to attempt to make this as acceptable as possible.
Okay. I'm now addressing my panel members here. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, just on the same point, are you sure that the amount of glass is permitted? Because you're quite close to the property line. Is a limiting distance that allow you that much? I'm just curious. But of course, I cannot really tell unless you calculate it. But you are not that far from the rear property line, right?
You are correct. We have a 3-meter separation here. So our unprotected opening percentage does comply with this elevation under the building code. And obviously, that's a separate requirement beyond the zoning bylaws.
Yes.
And we are aware of that, and we do comply with the percentage ratios.
So you are open to some sort of, you said that you will work with the privacy issue with your neighbors. So you provide some kind, well, how do you suggest the wording of that? You're going to have frosted glass or angling of your window or what?
Ideally, this is a good faith gesture. We're happy to continue communicating with them. This is adjacent to common area that's shared by tenants on the adjacent properties, and then a parking lot, a surface parking lot. So it's not as though we're staring into someone's residence. If anything, it's the opposite in this situation. If you would like to impose some kind of privacy screening, perhaps on the ground floor glazing or similar, I'm sure I can take that back. If that's contingent on our approval, we're happy to work with it.
How about something a little more effective than that in terms of overlook. What if we were to impose a condition that those second-story windows be frosted or be frosted glass, so they would allow light in, but they would not allow vision?
Well, so I think we'd be amenable to that to perhaps a certain height. However, again, this is what we're relying on for views in daylight, and it does overlook public space, not private area. So window coverings and the like were how we were planning on addressing privacy concerns.
Okay, so say we were proposing or imposed a condition that the second floor windows were frosted up to the level of 1.5 meters.
Perhaps 1.2 meters, which is closer to guard height, sir. That way, from waist up, there's still views. That might be preferable.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, panel? Okay, if there are no further questions, then at this stage, let's take the application into committee for discussion, moving toward a motion. Any thoughts on this application from anyone who'd like to go first? Mr. Hunt, go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, I've listened to the applicant and I've listened to those in opposition, and there's been a number of suggestions that the parties would be amenable to discussing solutions to concerns and personally, I'm going to have a difficult time supporting this simply because I think that many of these issues could have been dealt with prior to submission of the application. And if we have to go on, if the parties have to go on good faith intentions and we approve this today, I don't know how that relates to reality or if this is going to be left in limbo.
I agree with you. I don't think we should leave it to good faith. I would think something like this 1.2 meters of frosted glass could take us.
Bruce, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, pardon me. So I'm also concerned about leaving this to good faith discussions after a possible vote of approval by this committee. So I would prefer to see something with respect to that rear wall of the laneway suite, something imposed there in terms of a condition to reduce the overlook issue somewhat. Other comments? Mr. Chan, go ahead.
Are you suggesting to defer this case so that they have that chance to work together?
Mr. Hunt, are you suggesting deferral, Mr. Hunt?
I didn't want to use those words. I was hoping that the applicant might view that as an alternative to go back and discuss the resolutions and then come back with what the parties have agreed on, which would make the committee decision much smoother.
Thank you. Thoughts, Mr. Reid?
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Reid will go first, then Ms. Chan.
Okay.
Yeah. Just one technical thing. I know that one of the speakers had mentioned that her sister was planning on speaking, and I think that person may be present. I don't know if we can go back to give them a chance.
Let's just check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have another party standing by to speak that is, my record doesn't show anyone registered. Okay. So in fact, so there was Carolyn, Carolyn Benius. Right. JS, okay, so it appears that Jacqueline spoke for Carolyn Benius. So there is nothing, no, we have not missed a deposition. They were registered together. Okay.
Okay, pardon me, thanks.
Okay. So, Mr. Reed, any comment or any thoughts on the actual nature of the?
I'll let Yim go ahead first.
Okay,
She had her
Yim,
hand.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah, given the, of course, I think if we're moving to deferral, we have to ask the applicants and also the opposition for their opinion on this. But other than that, I'd like to make some comments. I think that this proposal is actually got a lot of good things happening here. If you look at the existing site, it's actually a huge paved area, look like just parking space at both sides and then drive through. And I think that is a huge area, and I think is we actually utilize the site in a very better way. And if they for the proposal, I have no problem with it. But if they can actually reduce some glazing at the back and work with the neighbor for the privacy issues, I think for me it's a supportive proposal.
Okay, well, are you, okay, I'm just trying to, I'm dealing now with this thought about deferral. Are we thinking of, is that, would you be in favor of deferral, or would you rather go ahead and oppose it?
I can't hear you too well, Bruce. For some reason, your mic.
Okay, I'm not sure what the trouble is, but I will try, okay. I'll stay
hear
close to it.
others very well, yeah.
Okay, so are you thinking to go ahead and vote on this today, or do you want to defer it to allow the applicant to speak to the neighbors?
Yeah, if you suggest a deferral, I think we have to go back to the applicant and also the opposition to ask for their opinion on the deferral. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I would prefer not to defer. I do agree with Yim's points. I think that this is it's an odd. It's the context makes it not the most conventional laneway, garden suite. But I do think it's a positive. I think it's a positive change to the back, particularly that it takes away a chunk of the asphalt, and there is screening. A lot of the trees, I think, have been retained, and I think that goes to protect some of the privacy. And as the applicant pointed out, I think the 45-degree angular plane issues are really marginal changes that are being sought, partly because the setbacks have been well incorporated.
I want to add one point, is that because I asked the question in the beginning about the use of the backyard, which he said that's going to maintain the as a laneway, people can drive through. So technically, it is they're applying for garden suite, but practically it is a laneway suite. So I think so the side angular plane is it can make that disappear, and with all the screening and all. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hunt, coming back to you, do you still have, is your thought still that a preference to defer, or where do you stand on it?
Yeah, I'm a bit I'm confused enough that I would be unable to support it, but you know, I'm certainly not going to recommend deferral in the absence of concurrence from the applicant and the other speakers. So
okay,
I'd like to leave it at that.
Okay, so from my point of view, I don't like the idea of deferring either. Takes a long time for applications to get to this stage, and I think many elements of this proposal are desirable. But I look at the list of those in opposition, and as you go along Warwick Avenue, it's pretty good. It's 5 Warwick, 9, 11, 3, 7. Those houses on Warwick, which back on to this property, are uniformly in opposition. So I'm looking at ways that we could make it more palatable to them, and one of them, in my view, is this idea of reducing the overlook ability of persons in the garden suite to look into their backyards. So So this idea of a motion to take that second story glass to 1.2 frosted strikes me as a way out of this issue. Anyone ready with a motion in any direction?
I can support that idea that as a condition, because I do agree that there's a lot of good positive elements in this proposal. And as I say, it is actually practically it's a laneway street, not a garden street. So if I move a motion with the condition that the rear elevation of the garden street to all the glazing to have frosted glass up 1.2 meter from the floor.
For friendly amendment, I was thinking in terms of the second story only.
Oh, only the second story. I see. Okay. Yeah, you're right. The ground floor is actually they might have a fence or something anyway, right? So, okay, the second floor.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? That motion is seconded, Mr. Reed. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Mr. Hunt stands in dissent, but with that vote, the motion is carried and the application is approved. Thank you, panel, for your careful consideration of that application. And with that, we move on to well, at this stage, panel's been going for about 2 hours and 40 minutes, so it is time for us. We're only at number 8. We have a while to go on this morning agenda, but we do need to allow ourselves a short break. So it's now 10 past 12. I'm going to recess the meeting for 10 minutes until 20 past 12. Thank you, panel. See you back then. We resume. And we resume with item number 8, 49 McPherson Avenue. On this application before the panel are the materials submitted at time of application. There are presentation materials from the agent, March 1. There's a revised rear elevation and third floor plan, March 7. There's correspondence regarding the revised plans and presentation materials from March 2nd. In interest or concern, we received correspondence from Natasha Wilmot Jowett at 47 McPherson, which would appear to be next door. So panel, let's have the, we'll have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Dimitri?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please state your name.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, panel. My name is Dmitry Kolarov. I'm the agent and the architect for this application, the agent on behalf of the owners, Mark Price and Lisa DiSepolo. This application is for interior alterations and partial third story addition to an existing three-story dwelling.
Okay, Dimitri. Dimitri, I'm going to ask my panel colleagues if they would like a presentation about the application, or whether they have questions they want to ask you directly. Presentation, panel.
Thank you.
Any questions for the agent? No, Dimitri, I'm not hearing any. Oh, there is a question, Mr. Hunt. Go right ahead.
Sorry for the delay in raising my hand. Yes, to the agent, I'm just wondering, you've got the one variance where you're more than increasing the allowable FSI by 100%. Are there similar buildings in that vicinity that have a similar structure to what you're proposing?
Well, I'll answer right away. The existing gross floor area and floor space index are indicated on the supporting material that I presented, so you can see directly the actual numbers. Okay. At the top of the first page, if it's possible to be zoomed in.
I understand that, but the permitted FSI is 0.6 times the area of the lot, and you're asking for 1.126 times the area of the lot.
Technically, when looking at the numbers, that is correct. Actually, it is not. You can see on this photo.
Mr. Dimitri, the question is, are there other properties nearby with similar FSI to what you're proposing?
Yes, that's the other half of the building, which is shown on the survey and the photo. That's the short answer.
Okay.
We are not adding anything to the footprint of the building. We are reallocating floor area from the second floor, where part of the actual floor construction structure is removed, and extending the third floor on top of the existing second floor. So basically, as per bylaw, the gross floor area is the legally existing gross floor area, which is 209 square meters, if I'm not mistaken, the number. It is in front of you in the statistics and on the supporting material. So we are proposing added floor area of 2.5 square meters only, which impacts the existing floor space index from 1.09 to 1.11.
Okay, so the existing FSI is already at 1.0.
1.09.
Okay, okay. All right, any other questions, panel? Not hearing any. All right, then, let's move the application into committee.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm whether one of the speakers is a part of this project. Hi, Nicholas. Nicholas Boyer.
Again.
I think it's safe to assume that someone who shows as project manager is part of the team, part of the applicant team.
Hi, Nicholas. You've been unmuted?
Yes, I'm just the project manager. I'm just listening in to follow.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so he's part of the project team. Very good. Let's go into committee then, moving toward a motion on this. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the information did not identify that the current floor space index is 1.09. So given the explanation by the applicant, I would suggest that this is a minor variance, and I would move approval.
Thank you so much. That is seconded by Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous, motion carries, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 9 is 81 Wembley Drive. And on 81 Wembley, committee has before it revised site plan, floor plans, elevations. There's a zoning waiver. There's a photograph of a tree on the property. Cover letter from the agent, March 1. Email correspondence from the applicants in response to opposition from John D. Minor, received March 2. Commenting reports from TRCA, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and Community Planning. There's staff reports from Urban Forestry, TRCA, and again from Urban Forestry. Okay. Okay, then, let's have the agent join us.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Hatch, in regards to 81 Wembley Drive.
Very good, Jonathan. Just stand by for a moment, please. Moderator, do we have Mr. John Minor standing by? He is with us. Okay, then. Mr. Hatch, then, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application before you is to create a new third floor addition on the existing footprint of the house. It's proposed behind the existing ridge and below the existing ridge. There's a proposed ancillary building, a garage in the rear yard, which is, again, also proposed on the same footprint as the original garage. We have 4 variances total. Much of the discussions we've had, and part of the opposition is from the neighbor directly to the north. And we have come to a consensus. And in order to obtain their consensus, we discussed privacy and what we could do to ensure privacy was maintained. And although the rear deck at the ground floor level is not part of the Committee of Adjustment variances, we have agreed to put a 2-meter privacy fence on the northern side that faces that side. And in his cover letter, he also requests a fence that would be rebuilt from the previous fence that was there. And although the committee doesn't speak to the fence and then the fence bylaw, we were also amenable to adding in privacy for the benefit of both neighbors. This discussion regarding privacy also extended to planning. We've since agreed to also add in a 1.5-meter privacy fence on the north side at the 3rd floor level. So to reiterate, that would be a 2-meter opaque privacy screen on the ground floor deck facing the north and a 1.5-meter privacy fence at the 3rd floor level in line with planning requests.
Okay, on that, is that on the 3rd level? Is that both sides of the deck?
We have it on just the one side that was requested.
Okay.
Which the other neighbor is in support of the application. And
that's the north side?
Sorry, that would be the south side.
That's the south side on the 3rd floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In regards to the 3rd floor addition, you'll notice that it is 1.58 meters below the existing ridge. I believe this is part of the gentle intensification the city is looking for. It's hidden from the streetscape and maintains the character of the neighborhood. The FSI calculation of 0.82 is quite misleading. The existing basement is closer. We're not proposing any changes to the basement, but it's closer to established grade than the ground floor. So naturally, we have to include the basement as part of our calculation, even though it's not technically part of our change right now, our proposal. So the 0.82 it would actually be zoning compliant in terms of our FSI if the basement was not included. The garage variances are to maintain that existing condition. You'll notice from the elevation designs of the ancillary building that the slope of the building or the slope of the lot goes downwards towards the rear yard. And so what you end up having is an exacerbated height calculation as a result that the back side of the garage is heavily sloped downwards and the front side of the garage is a level with the driveway. We have modified the variance for the height, again, in line with planning. They've requested we reduce the height slightly, and we've agreed to it as well. This is a well-treed lot, so there are, as you've noticed, a lot of TRCA ravine and natural feature conditions to which we have already made all of our applications and sought their approval and received approval from them as well. So ravine and natural features, TRCA, community planning, as you noted. So we are in agreement with the neighbor, and we have garnered 9 additional letters of support, and hopefully with this discussion, we'll have gathered 1 more when the opposition speaks. And for now, that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go then to the speaker who's standing by.
John, you've been unmuted and you may turn on your video.
Hi, my name is John Miner. Can you hear me?
We hear you clearly, John. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and the committee, thank you very much for allowing us to take 5 minutes. I think we'll take 2. My wife and I, my name is John Miner, and I and my wife are the owners of 83 Wembley, which is immediately to the north side of the applicant at 81. When we reviewed the original drawings and plans, our major concern was loss of existing privacy, and we filed the objection, which you have in front of you. I'm only going to take a few minutes. Moderator, could you please pull up our slide deck? There it is. Stanley Wu said it should be in the very late folder. Oh,
just give us a moment, and we'll find that.
Thank you very much. On this drawing, You'll see the original site plan for 81. I've highlighted in purple the proposed lower deck and steps. And to the north of that, up, is our property at 83 Wembley. And with great embarrassment, I want to point out an error on that drawing. I mislabeled my own property as 85, when in fact it should be 83. My bad.
Very good.
This drawing is to show the spatial relationship of how our backyard, our patio, the veranda, has a direct view of the newly proposed deck. And my wife and I have been here over 30 years. We've enjoyed the privacy of existing situation. And you'll notice on this drawing, I have a red box that says photo. And I'll please move on to the next slide, and you'll see a photo of the existing view that we have from our patio. You'll notice that there is an existing 2.1 meter high privacy fence on the rear porch and an existing 2.3 meter privacy fence in the remaining property in the space up against the old garage. We understand there's going to be a new garage of similar dimensions. What we did not want to do was lose the privacy afforded by what we have now. I was unhappy to see in the proposed drawings and plans that there was no provision for new privacy. We are pleased to hear today for the first time that they're willing to do something similar, like a 2 meter height on whatever this new plan will be. We wanted to make it clear 1 week ago when we submitted our objection that we were going to ask for a condition. And if you could move on to slide 3, please. We were asking for something in the same manner that planning was asking for, that you impose a condition that a permanent opaque screen of 2 meters be required for any of this new construction. And we're still asking for something like that. And I believe this is a reasonable approach to move forward for approval of their whole plan. My wife and I are quite supportive of their big view of their application. Our only concern was privacy, as I've just stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's then go back to the applicant briefly. Applicant, you don't really need to rebut because we've heard from Mr. Hatch that he and you appear to be in agreement on this. So
yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. You'll even see emails and correspondence in your documents that my clients have also emailed in agreement with these privacy fences. And although there have been talks in the background, this is it's taken a little while to get to this point, but now we're all in consensus. So we are in support of the privacy fence on the deck side, and we will endeavor to put a new privacy fence up at grade.
And that's the 2 meter privacy fence.
Yeah, I recognize that is a fence in the sense that it's not attached to the deck per se. Right. But we would be fine with a condition that would add a 2 meter privacy fence on the northern side for the ground floor decks.
To distill this, then it's a 2 meter privacy fence at grade on the north lot line?
Yeah, something like that would be amenable.
And it's a 1.5 meter privacy screen on the 3rd floor balcony?
Yes.
South side?
North side, I believe. North side.
You told me a few minutes ago, I asked you this, and you said it was actually south, so think about it for a second.
Oh, I'm going to just double check our plans that we submitted to planning. And I believe it is on the north side, as per plan.
Okay, so it's the north side. All right, very good.
My apologies.
Thank you. I think we're ready to take the application into committee.
Through the chair, sorry, can the applicant please clearly state if they are amending the proposal in any way? I know there was reference to reducing the garage height in variance number 3. Applicant, can you please clearly state for the record if you are amending any of these variances?
Of course. In one of our cover letters dated February 22nd, 2023, we wrote them out, but I'll state them for the committee today. The revised list of variances, and this is for number 2 on our on that list. We actually have never seen the public notice, but there it is. Sorry, my apologies. Here it is. So number 1 is bylaw 10104010 bracket 2, maximum height of specific main pair walls. The permitted maximum height of all rear main walls is 7.5 meters. The proposed height of the rear exterior main walls is 9.65.
Applicant.
That's variance 1.
Applicant, no, that's going to take us a little bit too long to go through them all that way. So 9.65, that's the only number we need to, you need to say variance number 1, 9.65.
Oh, okay,
fair enough. The proposed number.
Of course. Okay, 1 second.
Number 2 is showing.
Okay, number 2 is 1 story. That one remains.
2 stories.
2 stories. Number 3 is maximum height. Number 3 changes to 4.4 meters.
4.4. Okay, that is different than what we're showing. So we're showing 4.58. So 4.4 is the revised. Okay, this is important. So we are now voting on that as 4.4. That's what.
Yep.
Go ahead, number 4 variance, which is
number
permitted
4
FSI.
remains. Yep. Number 4 remains.
82.
Number 5 remains, and number 6 also remains. So it's just variance number 3.
Number 3 changes to 4.40.
Yeah, and then conditions from planning as well as the privacy fences for the northern neighbor.
Very good. Okay. There it is, panel. And thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for picking up on that. Okay. Let's go into committee then. Is anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chen, go ahead.
I'm happy to move this one because I'm glad to hear that they have worked it out with the neighbor and with the condition of planning about privacy screening and also adding the privacy fence on the north side and with the amended agenda. And I think that's a forestry condition number 2. I'll move for approval. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, and you incorporated it's an amended application. Number 3 changes to 4.4. Very good.
Yes, I said amended. Yeah.
Very good. Is there a second for that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded approval. Those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion. Application so approved. Thank you. Number 10 is 100 Inglewood. On this application before us are those materials submitted with the application. Cover letter 27 January, arborist report. Stable top of slope plan, August the 10th, 22. Rental housing demolition and conversion declaration, December 1. Comment from transportation. Staff report from urban forestry, TRCA, and urban forestry again. In support, there are 5 form letters from 87, 100, 104 Glen Rose and 115 Inglewood and 118 Inglewood. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Stephanie Matviva. I am a planner with Gunshar and Associates, acting as agent for the owner.
Very good. Okay. Moderator, do we have a person standing by registered in opposition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this registered speakers is on standby.
Very good. Okay. Okay, then Stephanie, you have 5 minutes to to present your application.
Thank you very much. If I could have my presentation pulled up, please. Thank you. The application before us is for the lands municipally addressed as 100 Inglewood Drive. Thank you. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. The property is located on the west side of Inglewood Drive, south of St. Clair Avenue East. It is adjacent to Yellow Creek, which is an established ravine area, and it's also located within an established neighborhood of the city. The rear yard contains the ravine feature and a number of mature vegetation. If I could have the next slide, please. I'm going to go through this a little bit quickly. So on screen here is the site plan. This is the full extent of the site plan. And if I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. This is a zoomed in version of the site plan. So overall, the owner is requesting permission to construct a front addition, a rear addition, and a third-story addition to facilitate a triplex built form containing 3 individual dwelling units. There is an integrated garage that will be located in the basement level, accessed via a driveway. The proposed development is to utilize the existing main walls to the greatest extent possible. The development has also been set back from an agreed upon stable long-term slope line. This limit was determined in collaboration with TRCA staff and matches the existing setback for habitable and non-habitable areas of the structure. The proposal seeks to improve upon the existing dwelling, which is a legal duplex, along with a basement secondary suite. So these improvements have been to reimagine the layout of the existing dwelling, the amenities, as well as the interaction with its surroundings. So the existing interaction with the ravine and the mature vegetation, as well as the established neighborhood character, have been guiding features of the proposed development. Overall, the proposal has been planned and designed to maintain the architectural features, the massing, and the scale of the existing dwelling. These aspects combined will enable the development that respects and reinforces the existing character of the subject lands as well as the surrounding neighborhood. If I could have the next slide, please. The proposed development triggers a total of 16 variances to both the City of Toronto Bylaw 569-2013 or Citywide Zoning Bylaw, as well as the former City of Toronto Zoning Bylaw. I highlight that a majority of these variances, including those related to the side yard setbacks and the driveway, are to recognize existing conditions. So I realize that it looks worse than it really is. I also highlight that the proposal before the committee is the result of very careful planning and design. Numerous preliminary meetings were had with city planning staff as well as TRCA staff, and based on these conversations, no concerns have been identified. I'd also like to highlight that, in fact, city planning and TRCA have stated no objections to the proposal. If I could have the next slide, please. I'd just like to highlight a few more things about the proposal. So before us is the proposed front elevation. The proposal has retained a covered front porch feature. The front porch is positioned in line with front porches that are along Inglewood Drive and enables a common use entry. This front porch, as contemplated, maintains a notable design feature of homes in the surrounding area and helps to preserve the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It's also a notable design feature of the existing dwelling and homes in the surrounding area. So overall, the proposed front elevation will maintain a front entrance that is consistent with the prevailing patterns in the surrounding neighborhood, as well as immediately along Inglewood Drive. It features a roof line that also integrates living space on the 3rd level. This serves to visually reduce the appearance of mass. If I could have the next slide, please. Now moving on to the proposed rear elevation. The proposal has incorporated rear yard outdoor terraces for each dwelling unit. These terraces are positioned as an extension of indoor living space and provide opportunities for outdoor enjoyment and engagement, not only with the ravine, but also with the surrounding area. Visual screening will be provided via privacy screening treatments along the northern side of the terraces. They are not currently indicated, but the
I
owner
shall
is
ask you to
agreeing
make your
it.
final comments now, please.
No problem. So if I could just go to the last slide of my presentation. The only other thing I wish to highlight is in terms of the density. So there is one of the variances requesting an increase to the FSI. This is largely technical in nature and due to the fact that a significant portion of the property is located within the ravine area, which artificially requires the density to be calculated only on the lands that are outside of this ravine. If the entirety of the lot area were to be considered, the proposed density would actually be within permissions by the zoning bylaw.
Thank
Happy
you
to
very
answer any
much.
questions.
Your time is up. Okay, then. Let's go to the speaker standing by to speak in opposition.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
We hear you. State your name, please.
My name's Megan Barrett. I'm a lawyer at Airden Burles, which is at 181 Bay Street. And I'm here on behalf of the owners of 98 Inglewood Drive, which is located immediately to the northwest of 100 Inglewood Drive.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. On behalf of my clients, I'm here today to ask that the committee refuse the variances being requested by the applicant. These variances permit a built form that is not minor, does not meet the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw or the official plan, and is not desirable or appropriate for the use of the land. As I've detailed in my letter of March 1st, which is on the screen, my client's primary concerns relate to the rear portion of the proposed building and its overall mass. And this is a bit of a nuanced point. Because a triplex is being proposed and triplexes are not permitted as of right in the RD zone, the true magnitude of the proposal is not properly reflected in the variance listed in the notices that you have before you. Page 2 of my letter that's before you right now. Yeah, that's great. Sorry, can you go back to page 2, please? Highlights 3 built form standards in that blue chart that are not reflected in the variances. And in my submission, these standards demonstrate that the proposal does not maintain the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. And those standards are building length. So 17 meters is what's permitted as of right in this area for a detached home. And 26.53 meters is what's proposed here, but not on the list of variances because there are currently no specific regulations for building length in the RD zone. Similarly, building depth is 19 meters as of right, and the building depth proposed is just over 26 meters. Finally, balconies. The zoning bylaw caps the size of balconies to 4 meters squared for a detached home. What's proposed is 45.6 meters squared. And that's not just for the terrace off the first floor, which is already elevated as you saw, but also for the balconies at the second story, which will be about 6 meters off the ground, and at the third story, which will be about 9 meters off the ground. It's important for the committee to be aware that the city has acknowledged that this gap exists in the zoning bylaw, and that acknowledgement is through standards that are proposed as part of its multiplex housing study. There's a draft bylaw linked in my letter there. These proposed standards are not yet in effect, but they do provide an informative benchmark for the committee to consider. Those proposed standards match the building length, depth, and balcony size in the RD zone, that's 17 meters, 19 meters, 4 meters squared. And I'd suggest that's because of the city's stated objective to, quote, think inside the box for multiplex housing. And that ties into the cornerstone policy in the OP directing new development to respect the existing physical character and reinforce the stability of the neighborhood. The proposal before you does not do that. The variances being requested, notably height, FSI, and the collection of other built form variances when taken as a whole, as well as the permissions related to building length, building depth, and balconies that result from the triplex variance are not minor. they will result in undue light, view, and privacy impacts on my clients. The stacked balconies and overall building mass will block sunlight into my client's backyard and their property. It's appreciated that the applicant has now offered to install privacy screening in response to my client's objection. My clients still have concerns about the noise that will result from the 3 separate, very large terraces and the overall impact on their enjoyment of their own backyard. And this is, of course, on top of the massing impact. Finally, my clients are concerned about variance 8, which relates to access for the 6 proposed parking spaces. And that's given the sheer volume of cars that will be using the narrow driveway that abuts my client's own driveway. And this is likely to have an impact on my client's access to their own garage and property. It is for all of these reasons that my clients ask that you refuse the requested variance. And in the event that the committee does decide to approve the variances, I would ask that an express condition be imposed requiring that privacy screens be installed along that northwest side of each balcony. That's not reflected in the variances or in the request from the original request from the applicant. But I think that that's an important measure that needs to be secured if the committee were to go ahead with this. Thank you very much for your time today. I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions, panel, for this speaker? Hearing none. Let's go back to the agent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So
if I may,
go ahead with your comments, please, in rebuttal.
thank you. So I'm going to start in order. In response to the assertion that the proposal does not maintain the purpose and intent of the official plan, I respectfully disagree. In the submission letter provided to the committee, we did outline the ways in which the proposal does respond and conform to the official plan policies. I would also highlight for committee's benefit, while there are not policies specifically related to multiplexes or triplexes, it does maintain the purpose and intent of the official plan policies for neighborhoods, which do permit a range of low-rise residential built forms. So there is a maximum height of 4 stories. We're well below that. As well, the city is currently undertaking a number of studies, partly in response to Bill 23, which now permits, as of right, 3 residential units on a lot. So the City of Toronto is currently undertaking an official plan review policy. Sorry, let me restate that. Official plan policy review, as well as a draft zoning bylaw amendment under the initiative that's called Expanding Residential Options in Neighborhoods. So there will be further revised policies and zoning bylaw provisions. Those, of course, are not in effect yet, but it does represent councils and the province's evolving thinking of how to accommodate more housing in appropriate locations in an appropriate manner. In terms of the triplex built form standards, I would again respectfully disagree. We spent a great care and effort going through the zoning review process. So the zoning examiner did not actually flag that the proposed development as contemplated is missing variances in terms of building length, building depth, or those terraces. Those variances are not identified. They are not identified in the zoning notice. They are also not identified on the public notice. I respectfully disagree that we missed those. In terms of privacy and overlook concerns, again, as noted in the submission letter, there is privacy provisions provided by what we are suggesting as privacy screens. Visual screening is also provided by an existing privacy fence, as well as mature vegetation. And lastly, in terms of the parking concern, so there is obviously an obligation to manage parking on a property. The owner is willing and able to install signage that will indicate the potential owners of the new dwelling units must only park on the property itself. Happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Panel questions. Question for you, your front soft landscaping is significantly deficient. Why is that? What can you do about it?
It's partly attributed, so it is actually an improvement of landscaped area that is currently existing. It's also attributed to the driveway. So we are willing, I have authorization from the owner, if it is so desired, that we could consider permeable pavements, particularly for the pathway area. The driveway area, unfortunately, permeable pavement solution would not be feasible because the driveway would be heated and it would leave no space for snow storage. I'd also like to highlight that the requested front yard soft landscaping standard is well within range of previous approvals for the surrounding area.
Well, okay. Permeable paver does not equate with soft landscaping in terms of its capacity to absorb stormwater. It's a poor second. So I am concerned about your deficiency on that. The city, well, the panel, the committee has been taking quite sharp focus on soft landscaping because of the concern that we have about stormwater management in a time of increased torrential downpours. And the push is that each property should be able to absorb and manage to the fullest degree possible its own stormwater. So when you are basically, you're very deficient at 53 when 75 is required. That's a concern. And also I'm concerned about your balcony sizes. Tell us why we should consider these very large balconies to be minor.
So again, the balconies were determined and reviewed by the zoning examiner. They do not, in his opinion, and I agree, these are not considered to be terraces, so they are not regulated by the same zoning standards. They are positioned as an extension of the indoor living space. Rear yard balconies are a common feature and a desired feature of homes within the surrounding area.
Panel members, other questions for the applicant? Okay, then, there being none, let's take the application into committee for some thoughts and discussion. Anyone like to make a comment about it as we move toward a motion? Mr. Reed, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, obviously it's a very long list of variances that are being requested, but I do think that this is an interesting application, and it shows an evolution of a neighborhood, definitely, right? This is a change from what's there and from what's adjacent. I think adding these additional units is desirable, and I think it's done in a way that is pretty sensitive. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Okay, Ms. Chan.
Yes, I also will support it on the basis that I think it's a very gentle increase in density. And then if you look at the build form and the style of the building, it actually looking in keeping with the neighborhood. But also, I do not agree with I mean, it's a good try to use a non-existing bylaw to argue that for a triplex, since there's not fixed bylaws, we'll use the more stringent as just any detached building to argue that this is overbuilt. I do not agree with that. I'm more leaning to the review by the building department with the variances and also with the explanation by the applicant. So I think that it is actually quite a nice, gentle increase in density and residential units in the neighborhood, and then the site can support it. And with all the at least the variances, but if you look at a lot of them are very minor in nature.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
So
anything?
I think that I like the idea that they will use permeable paver at least at the walkway, in the front walkway, and I can see there's a deficiency in soft landscaping, but they still have quite It's more than half required. So because of the benefit of increasing extra dwelling units, I can still support the
Okay.
the application.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, any thoughts on this one, if you want?
I don't really have anything to add, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who's ready with a motion? I can support this application. Go ahead. Who's ready? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I picked up this one. I would like to move for approval with the forestry condition number 1, and also that the walkway and the front will be paved with permeable material or pavers. Yeah.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Reed.
One moment.
Sorry. Yeah, about all the balconies, right?
Yeah, would you be open to east and west side of all 3 levels of balconies screening?
Yes. Yeah. The privacy screen, 1.5 meter above that, yeah. And for all the balconies, the rear balconies, all levels.
Good idea. Okay.
It's north and west sides, north and west edges, yeah.
No.
East and west, wouldn't it be?
Okay, I wrote down north myself, but east and west, right?
East and west. Privacy screening 1.5 meters. Okay.
Can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Okay, so I think our staff have captured that. It's east and west sides. Okay, so there's the motion, and it is seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in favor, please show of hands. That's a unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Panel moves on to number 11, 104 Inglewood Drive. And on 104 Inglewood, panel has before it materials submitted with the application, 14 photographs of existing conditions, November. Presentation materials, March 1st. Email correspondence, TRCA. Staff reports from TRCA and from Urban Forestry, both received February 28. And support. 4 letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 95, 100, 108, 114 Inglewood. Also from 83 Inglewood. Okay, let's have the applicant join us, please, for 104 Inglewood.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Gina Shafrick from These Architects, and we are the agents for the owner.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members, any questions for the agent on this application? I'm not hearing any. In that case, I think we can move to a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application, and I was happy to note that TRCA has no issues with it in terms of the slope. And so I think the variances being requested are minor, and it fits in with the nature of development in this neighborhood. So I move approval subject to urban forestry condition 1.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Mr. Hunt. Therefore moved and seconded approval. Those in favor, show of hands. Motion carries. Application approved. We move on to number 12. 209 Woodfield. On 209 Woodfield, the only materials before the panel are those submitted with the application. Let's have the agent join us, please.
And I'm the agent from LGW Engineering on behalf of the owner at 209 Woodfield Road.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, questions for the agent on this application? Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second variance regarding the parking space, you will not be providing it as required on site. Where will that parking be available?
Actually, there's space in front of the house, and there are parking space along the streets. They can obtain like permits from city to park along the streets. And actually, there was another application just beside for 207 Woodfield Road. They actually have the same issue with the front parking. And that application has been approved back in December, I guess. Yeah. And we don't see any issue for like the parking space.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone ready with a motion on this application? Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After the explanation from the agent, I believe that this is a minor application and I would move approval without condition.
Thank you. So that is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded. Approval without condition. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous. Motion carried. Application approved. Number 13 is 24 Dunloe Road. On 24 Dunloe, before us are application materials, plus revised site statistics and revised site plan January the 5th. There's a Committee of Adjustment decision from 2015, an arborist report, a tree protection plan. There's a cover letter from the agent March 1st, and there are presentation materials from the agent, from the architect, March 1st. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry and support correspondence. 12 form letters in support, properties on Dunloe Road and Kilberry. Let's have the agent join us, please.
I'm Jim Pfeffer from Mako Architects at 3 Bridgman Avenue in Toronto.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, questions here? Do not appear to be. Okay then. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I know that the application is slightly deficient in terms of soft landscaping in the rear and in the front. So I'm slightly concerned about that. If you could speak about if there are any additional efforts that you could make to do that. And then also the multi-purpose sports court is a huge thing in the backyard. What is the surface of that, and how are you intending on dealing with drainage related to that?
Okay. If you had, in our cover letter and sort of following a discussion with community planning, we did say that we would make the front yard driveway permeable pavers. So we're certainly happy to do that. And with the community planner, that addressed all of the concerns that they had about landscaping. So the sports court in the rear, I didn't mention this in the cover letter, but we intend to have the lot grading for the site done by a professional engineer. You'll know, of course, that it's already a requirement of Toronto buildings to regulate lot grading and lot drainage. That doesn't have to be done by an engineer, but having an engineer do that is the gold standard. And if you'd like, I've reviewed with Toronto buildings and with the committee secretary the language of a variance that would just make it a requirement for us to have an engineer do that, if you'd like to attach that as well as the permeable paving to a decision.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the front yard paved driveway, you have a lot of paving there. Is this permeable material?
Yeah, that's all permeable material, and we actually suggested in our cover letter that we'd like the committee to attach a condition to their decision that be permeable paving. There is, and you can see it actually dashed in this site plan, there is a circular driveway in that location right now. And so we're both following the profile of the existing circular drive to maintain the drainage pattern on site, except it's going to be improved because we're putting the permeable paving there. We're preserving some of those central trees. In our presentation booklet, we also included some photos of other houses along this street. You know, here in Forest Hill, the circular driveway or hammerheads, you know, a certain accommodation for cars in the front yard. It's kind of in keeping with the prevalent character of the neighborhood. And the fact is, you know, some of these front yards aren't incredibly deep. So just kind of percentage wise, it creates it does create a landscaping variance. You can see that there's actually a pretty generous boulevard here. So we are going to have definitely a sense of openness and green space in front of the house, as well as, you know, not really changing the drainage situation because we'll have permeable pavers. We're replacing an existing circular driveway.
Thank you.
And of course, we've had a lot of support from the neighborhood as well with those 12 letters, another 5 neighbors verbally in support, planner as well.
Any further questions, panel? Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You indicate on your plan, sir, that there's going to be a multi-purpose fort in the rear yard. Can you give us some detail as to what kind of sports will be incorporated into that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of outdoor, you know, kind of maybe some racket sports. So it's going to be hard surfaced. The drainage all will be managed on site. We're happy to have an engineer again and have it made a condition that an engineer manage the drainage for that. These lots are, I guess a concern with that might be sort of noise and that sort of thing. It's not sort of multiplayer games where there's going to be a lot of noise. It's going to be, you know, a couple of people. It's going to be very quiet. The lot is extraordinarily deep. The lots behind are extraordinarily deep, and it's very well screened from the adjacent properties. I don't know if you take a look at our presentation material, towards the back, you can see we've got photos of the rear yard, both showing how the neighbor behind us actually has a double set of fence lines separating their, yeah, so if you go scroll down, if you would. Yeah, and then so that page right there, if you could zoom in at the third one from the bottom, yeah, so there we go. So there you are, you know, looking to the south, looking to the north, you can see, you know, that fence line and those, you know, high hedges on both sides really separating this. And then at the bottom left, you can see, you can't even see the house at the back, but that's on the bottom right. That's actually looking over the fence that's existing on the backyard right now. And you can see there's a little bit of some willow shrubs, I think. And then there's essentially an empty space before a fence line, before you get to that other extraordinarily deep rear yard, before you get to the neighboring house. So it's quite private back here. We have got letters of support. If you go actually scroll up, if you would, to the, yeah, so if you see all of those, if you scroll up just a little bit further, there's that map of the neighborhood. All those stars are people who have sent in letters of support, including both of the adjacent neighbors. So,
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the reason I asked the question is that the game of pickleball is becoming the fastest growing sport in the world, I understand. And I do know that I have heard of pickleball courts in residential areas where there's a real noise concern. And I just wonder if the people behind, not adjacent to this, but the neighbors behind were consulted and know of these plans.
The neighbor, I mean, of course, the neighbors behind would have been circulated. It was the homeowner here who went around, and I've also, the homeowner is saying that essentially it's basketball. That's so it's not going to be pickleball. There's no pickleball enthusiasts in the household.
Okay, well then that gives me some comfort, because I do know that pickleballing in particular is an issue in residential areas. Thank you very much.
No pickleball. Thank you.
Panel, is anyone ready with a motion on this application? Mr. Reed, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I'm glad to hear that permeable pavers are being considered for the front driveway. I think that goes a ways to addressing the concerns about soft landscaping. So I move approval subject to the front driveway and paved areas being constructed with permeable pavers.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Ms. Chen. Moved therefore and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. The vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Number 14 is .365 King West. And on this application before the panel are materials submitted with the application, a photograph of the front facade of the building, March 1, and there is correspondence in opposition from 357 King Street West, Mary Flynn Guglietti. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
Great, perfect. Yes, my name is Julius Horvath, Julius Horvath Architect, Inc., representing the client. And the address is 25 Bonnie Meadows Drive in Aurora, Ontario.
Thank you. Moderator, do we have a person standing by here registered? We do. Okay, then, Mr. Horvath, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Basically, today's application is for an exemption with regards to side lot line and rear lot line restrictions, being currently the side lot line is 7.5 meters and a rear lot line as well as 7.5 meters. Given the narrow width of the building itself, which is less than 7.5 meters, essentially, even though all of the other zoning restrictions we're complying with, you physically cannot build anything over top of the existing 5-story structure with regards to this particular setback requirement. What we're proposing is currently it's an existing 5-story building, and we're currently proposing to add a 6th floor, and on top of the 6th floor, as you can see there on the image, a rooftop patio with a few enclosures for like a new sort of rooftop bar area, if you will, and one or two stairs leading up to this rooftop level, and some sort of fancy trellis kind of work, if you will, as well, to give it a bit of a contemporary downtown stylish look. So basically, we're just requesting that the 7.5 meters we'd be exempt from that in order to build over top of the full footprint of the existing building. And we feel that with regards to the context, this would be within the context and character and density and objectives of the neighborhood. There being downtown businesses, storefronts, and larger projects going up and around the area. We don't think this would really be intrusive in any way. So I just do want to speak quickly to the one letter of opposition, from which, if there's one thing I could draw out from that which pertains, in my opinion, to this particular project, is the concern from the neighboring owner, 357 King, with regards to a connection between the two buildings. So my understanding is that, yeah, there is a physical connection where they're dealing with water coming down, or potential water or snow between the two buildings, and they're dealing with it with a sort of like a flashing sort of trough valley detail, if you will, for lack of a better description. And if we do add this additional story, this connection is very hard, if not impossible, to access, because it is more or less flush with the fifth story. We are proposing at the owner's expense and discussion with the owner that we could recreate the same sort of detail to address the connection between the two buildings up on the 6th floor or slightly above it, whatever we need to, in order to allow access and maintenance, if any maintenance at all, really, between the two buildings, building connections. So we're happy to work with the neighbor with regards to making sure that there's nothing that's going to be hidden, or as a result of this addition, there's nothing that's going to be no longer accessible. That particular connection become redundant, and essentially, and we would recreate it, and then the easement that is agreed to between the two parties would simply be transferred up to that 6th floor / rooftop level. Outside of that, yeah, everything else is within the zoning requirements per the zoning review, and we're just simply asking that we be able to extend the floor, up the one floor and a rooftop patio, which I think is going to be a sort of a nice feature and modernize the front of what looks like sort of a disheveled building right now, and I think would improve the neighborhood and draw some.
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's all basically it. And just, I think would be a great improvement to the neighborhood, and just happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Hunt has a question at this stage. Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under photo, I'm looking at the photo, and it appears to me that the five-story building has already started construction of a 6th floor. Is that what you're applying for today?
So, yeah, so that is currently so we are applying for that particular addition and the rooftop patio. Yeah, there is, correct, yeah, and it is understood that that's already been currently dealt with the owner in terms of that particular situation, and the fact that it has been started, and the owner's been put on notice by the city, and he's currently cooperating with the city.
Oh, okay. So this is actually a situation in which the owner would like to legalize work that he began. Did he begin that work without a building permit?
That would be my understanding.
Okay, then. Now for the
prior to me coming on board.
Okay. So I just want to make a comment at this point to those watching from home, and that is that sometimes the Committee of Adjustment does have come before it applications for development which was begun without a building permit. For clarity, the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones going ahead with construction without a permit. The permitting system is fundamental to development within the city. But sometimes the applications do come before us, and this is one. The work has already begun. Let me explain how we approach a situation like this, where the work has already begun. We approach it the same way as we do all the other applications that we are asked to decide on. We approach it with respect to the 4 tests of the Planning Act and ask ourselves, if an applicant had come before us with this proposal, whether according to the 4 tests, whether the application would have been approved or refused. The Committee of Adjustment is not vested with disciplinary powers or punitive powers in these situations where the work advanced without a permit. Okay then. Any further questions for the applicant at this stage? Let's go to the person who's standing by to speak, please.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, can you hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Great.
Please state your name.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Mary Flynn Guglietti, and I'm with the law firm of McMillan LLP, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property immediately abutting to the east.
Just a second. I'm going to interrupt you because your voice is somewhat distorted. It's there's an electronic distortion there.
I apologize. If I'm closer, does that help, sir?
It's still there. Do you have another device turned on?
I don't have another device turned on, sir. And I don't really know how to improve it.
Well, we'll have to do the best we can then. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So I would direct you to the picture that's in front of you. That was filed with the application by the applicant. I am here representing the owners of 357 King Street West, and you can see that building immediately abutting, thank you, immediately abutting to the east, and it is our client's west property line that is the biggest concern for us. And the reason for that concern is that as we were applying for all of our permits to construct the multi-residential building, one of the main issues became the issue of water and drainage. Our clients actually attended at the Committee of Adjustment application B0040/21TEY to obtain necessary easements, one, to put in the system that would deal with the drainage issues, but also to maintain it. Now, our client's approval did permit our client to build right to the property line on the west side, and our client did not build completely on the west side. As a matter of fact, they built in approximately 1.5 feet to ensure that they could have proper maintenance of this drainage system. This was all done with the consent of the owner of 365. The committee did grant both the easements and also the transfer of a portion of the property to the owner of 365, and he in turn granted the easements. Then he commenced construction without a permit. He did not obtain any of the variances that one would normally go through, and he has already constructed the fifth. And what it has done is completely cut off any potential access to that drainage system. So we've heard for the first time today that the applicant is prepared to move that up to beyond the 6th floor where the terrace will be going. But unfortunately, we have no plans that show where it's going to be. And we have no guarantee that he is going to actually abide by this unless it was made as a specific condition to any approval that you might grant today. Because the difficulty is that he is in breach of the easements that he has already granted. Now, when you look at what the purpose of setbacks is, one of the main purposes for a setback is to ensure maintenance between properties. And therefore, it is critical that this committee be satisfied that this would represent an appropriate development of this lot as one of the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And we submit to you that what has been constructed today, which is the permission that they are seeking, does not permit the maintenance that has already been granted by the committee. And so what essentially you would be doing is, if you granted the 0 setback without stipulation to protect this drainage system and continued maintenance, is that you would be undermining the permissions that the committee already granted back in 2021, specifically October 26th. And I submit to you that when you look at the 4 tests, the committee has to refuse the application if it is satisfied that even one of the tests has not been met. Under the city's official plan and under Section 45 of the Planning Act, there must be general compliance with the official plan. And one of them is to ensure the contextual operation of buildings and that they coexist in harmony. And this will prevent these buildings. A drainage system is not just important for my client's building, but it's also important for 365. And it sounds to me like the architect was hired after this construction went forward. And so the plans that are submitted don't even illustrate that drainage system. So there has to be an amendment to the plans. My suggestion would be is that this matter be deferred until you have proper plans in front of you that deal directly with this to ensure that there is going to be proper maintenance, and alternatively to refuse the application, because I submit to you it doesn't generate comply with the OP. It doesn't.
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Thank you. And it is not an appropriate development for this site and not appropriate in this application. It does need more work. And if you look at the survey they've submitted, the survey doesn't show all of their property. In fact, it's the survey of my client's property. You'll see it shows the corner of King and Blue Jay Way. That is my client's property there, and you're only seeing a portion of their. So they haven't even provided you with a proper survey of their lot.
Your
so
time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Question for you from Ms. Chan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually don't quite understand your explanation of the drainage, because isn't the without the 6th floor, isn't it the 5th floor is the same footprint? Will the existing condition without the addition also create that drainage problem or maintenance or access to the drainage you mentioned?
Thank you very much.
Get it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Chan. The drainage system has already been put in based on the existing 5-story building. Once they started constructing the 6th story on it, they completely covered it up. So now there is no access to that drainage system, and it has to be maintained. Now, what the applicant's agent suggested is, oh, we'll just move it when we're finished up to the top. But there's no guarantee that they're going to do that. They had an easement that guaranteed us access, and they've completely denied that by building A, first without a permit, and B, without dealing with the drainage system. So we can't trust that this applicant is going to, in fact, do what he says, the applicant's agent says they're going to do. And in fact, in order to guarantee it, there must be an appropriate condition put in by the committee or an outright refusal and have them come back with proper drawings. But they have completely closed off any access to the system that was agreed to by the parties, that was approved by the Committee of Adjustment, and that our client was always intending to maintain for the security of both buildings. That can't be done unless that drainage system is now moved because it's blocked by the illegal construction.
We get your point. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then let's go back to the agent. And agent, this is your opportunity to comment on what you've heard in rebuttal. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So through the chair, I would just like to sort of further that point in terms of as a condition, which I didn't state, but definitely would be happy to state that other than what I've already reiterated about recreating a detail that will be just as effective, if not more effective, on the 6th floor, because obviously the one on the 5th floor is now physically impossible to get to at its present state. As a condition, when we apply for a minor variance, we don't typically go through an extent of such detail as to start creating various details that you would normally do at a permit or tender stage. So we just simply apply for the application for the various setbacks, and this was an issue that was brought up now, which we're sort of willing to address. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, we'd be happy to put in a condition that that we would need to provide such a condition to handle the drainage and the connection between the two buildings to the satisfaction of the City of Toronto's permit review process, plans examiners, and inspectors to sign off on it in the end. We'd be definitely happy to do that, and also ensure that we would not reduce the performance of 375 King building facade in any such way, and should any damage occur, the owner of 365, I believe, would be willing to be held responsible for that, of course. So whatever it takes to make sure that situation is dealt with.
Thank you, applicant. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, Chair.
Question for you. Basically, this application is asking us to address one minor variance with respect to a zero setback. If we were to attach a condition that the person speaking in opposition asked for and that the applicant is willing to do, but we would have no way of really enforcing that. I'm concerned about such a condition. Can you give us some guidance on that?
That's correct. It would have to go through buildings and inspections anyway, through the permit process. So I don't believe you would have to put an additional condition to an engineering department or to buildings to follow up with this, as they would review it through their process.
Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, then. I think then at this stage, panel members, any further questions for the applicant? If there are none, we can take it into committee for discussion, moving to a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to have this one item for approval based on the fact that we only have one variance that we can see. In terms of constructions and compliance of OBC or construction issues, I think that is not in our mandate. So I will just move for approval with no conditions. Yeah.
Is there a second to that? That is seconded by Mr. Reid. Moved and seconded to approve the application, the one minor variance. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote carries the motion unanimously. The application is so approved. That moves the panel to consideration of item number 15, 180 Dovercourt Road. If we could have the agent join us, please.
Jim, you've been unmuted and you may turn on your video.
Okay, we have video, but no audio.
Jim, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
I think he hears you. Jim, we can't hear you.
Hi, Jim. We see that you're unmuted, but it's possible that it's your device that is not working. Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent is unmuted, but we still cannot hear him.
Let's us then put this application.
Hello, can everyone hear me now? Hello?
Jim, now we hear you. Please state your name.
Can you hear me now?
Jim, can you hear me?
Can anyone hear me? Hello?
He obviously can't hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello,
We
Jim.
can hear you, Jim.
I'm sorry, can everyone hear me now?
We hear you, Jim. Do you hear me?
My apologies. Yes, I hear you now clearly, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, and apologies for the technical difficulties. I switched over to my phone.
Very good. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Jim Sod of Paradigm Architecture and Design. I'm representing the owner at 180 Dovercourt Road.
Very good. Is that... Okay, very good. Okay. On this application panel, we have one person standing by in support. No one in opposition. Are there any questions for Jim? Would anyone like a presentation? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just in regard to the rear yard soft landscaping in between the house and the laneway suite, would you be open to constructing that with permeable pavers? I see you're saying new concrete pavers in the site plan, but would you be open to permeable for that?
Yes, we would.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
On that same issue, 51 is a long way off from the required 85, and permeable pavers are, they go part of the way, but they're not one-for-one equivalent to soft landscaping in terms of absorption. What opportunities do you have for improving that 51?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, I believe it's Mr. Chair that's speaking. We have tried our utmost to put in absolutely as much soft landscaping as possible, given the fact that we have a stairwell that goes down to the basement apartment. We have to provide access down the side of the main house to get to the laneway suite, and then we have obviously to maintain an additional entry for the ground floor unit from the rear of the property. So we have tried to minimize the paving as much as possible to minimum standards to allow for as much soft landscaping as possible. But unfortunately, that is, as you can see from our variances, we've tried very hard not to have too many. That is the one that unfortunately we cannot escape. And given our experience at committee with so many other applications, I know that it's typically almost impossible to meet the landscaping requirement, the soft landscaping requirement that is for laneway suites and garden suites in downtown Toronto. However, as I mentioned, we have done our utmost to squeeze every last inch of soft landscaping out of that rear yard as possible.
All right, thank you for that background. Any other questions, panel? Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a good project and a good proposal. The variances are quite limited, and the 45-degree plane from the rear of the house for the laneway suite is a very small portion of the actual laneway suite that enters that. So I think this is supportable. I will move approval of the application with the condition that new paving in the backyard be constructed with permeable pavers.
Thank you very much. And that there is a second. Mr. Hunt seconds. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Votes unanimous. And the application is approved. The motion having been carried, we move along to item number 16, which is an item that has been marked with a deferral request. So let's have the applicant join us on number 16, please.
Can everybody hear me?
Hear you clearly. State your name, please.
Yes. My name is Pablo Turco, and I'm the agent for the applicant.
And I am correct that you are requesting a deferral?
Yes, yes. I was just waiting in the queue for my turn.
Could you tell us why you're requesting a deferral, please?
2 reasons: improper notification, and we need extra time because planning staff had some concerns, so we have to consult with them.
Do you plan to revise your application at all? I mean, there's an issue with your application. You've got a very large deficiency on soft landscaping. Is revising that part of?
It is yes, it is an option.
Because
yes, we could bring it.
If we were to grant a deferral and it came back with the same 10% where 50 is required, I for one would be concerned about it.
That's why we have to address planning staff's concerns. One of them is the landscaping ratio.
Okay. Any panel members? Any other questions for the applicant about the request to defer? Okay. Let's take it into committee then for a motion on the request. Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would move deferral of this application sine die in order to allow the applicant to have discussions with the planning department regarding the variances.
Thank you. And the second is Mr. Reid. Motion to defer. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is deferred. Number 16, 13 SORAUREN. Thank you. Number 17. ELGIN Avenue. Before the committee are materials submitted at application, and then presentation materials received February 27. There is a staff report from Heritage Planning, and there is support correspondence from 14, 20, and again 20 Elgin Avenue. Let's have the agent join us, please.
102 Avenue Road. I'm the architect for this proposal.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, Richard Wengel.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. All right, panel members. On this application, any questions for the agent? Not hearing any. Mr. Wengel, is there any one thing we should know about your application?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just happy that Heritage has been cooperative with us and has approved us planning, has no issues. Again, we feel everything is minor. Now that we've addressed issues with neighbors, I think we're happy to proceed as per these variances.
Thank you. Let's take it into committee then for a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Hunt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that given the fact that there are correspondence in support and no one to speak against this, it's fairly straightforward. I would move approval of this without condition, acknowledging the Heritage staff report.
Thank you. Second to that? Is there a second to that motion? Or Mr. Reed, are you seconding or a question?
Yeah, just one thing. I thought there was a heritage condition. The Heritage was fine with it, but just recommending or requesting that they sign off. Maybe I misread. I'm not sure.
Through the chair, that is correct. It is a standard heritage condition, but they did ask that it be imposed.
Okay, I'm amenable to that change.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron.
So, seconded by Mr. Reed, the motion is amended to be subject to heritage condition. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved, subject to heritage. Number 18 is 163 Springdale. And here we are looking at materials submitted. We have comment from Urban Forestry in the form of a staff report, and there are 5 form letters in support from the owners or occupants of 161, 167, 176, 182 Springdale, plus 795 Coxwell. Agent, let's have you join us, please.
Hello?
Hello, state your name.
Yeah, my name is Colin Claxton of Colin Claxton and Associates, 61 Hambley Avenue, Toronto.
Good afternoon.
I am the agent for the owners of this property.
Very good. Okay.
As you noted, we have 5 letters in support, and it is a relatively simple application to enclose the front porch and to eliminate 1 parking space in the rear that has become impractical to use and access.
Very good, thank you. And what will that parking space be replaced with?
It's sod.
Good. Excuse me. Okay. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Okay, then. Let's take it into committee for a motion. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
So we put that as a condition. We place the parking space by soft landscaping. I would like to put that as condition.
Let's do it.
This is a straightforward application, and there's no oppositions. So I move for approval with that condition.
Okay, but make a motion to that effect. Go ahead. Okay, and Mr. Reed seconds.
I did. I thought, yeah.
Could I just add, Yim? I think there's an urban forestry condition too as well.
Yes, I'm looking at it. Condition number 2. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. I would second that, Chair.
Okay, let's make sure staff has captured that. So staff, the The motion is subject to where the parking space is being discarded to replace that area with sod plus urban forestry. All those in favor? Motion carries, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 19, 93 Melville Ave. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Good afternoon. Okay, panel members, questions for the agent? Hearing none. Let's take the application into committee and look to a motion. Mr. Reed, please.
Thanks, Chair. This is a very straightforward application. It's a very small addition being proposed, and I can see no negative impacts coming from its approval. So I move approval of the application with no conditions.
It is seconded by Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote. Carries the motion, and number 19 is approved. Number 20, 178 Roxton Road. And that is Roxton Road, Toronto, not Roxton Road, Quebec.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's 104 Rose Park Drive. For item 20.
That's number 20. And yet I'm showing one. Oh, just a moment, please, while we sort this out. Okay, 19 was 93 Melville. And okay, so this is different. My results sheets and my agenda, or my speakers, are different. Let's see what these materials, 19 Melville. Okay, but yeah. So, just so you know, there is an error on the results sheet. Okay, we are back on track now, and in fact, number 20 is 104 Rose Park Drive. We are nowhere near the border of Quebec and the USA. So, back into back to this application, and materials before the committee are items submitted with the application, photographs of the site, December 20, cover letter from the owner, 24 Feb, arborist report, presentation materials, March 1st, Echo Pavers brochure, presentation materials from the agent, March 2 and 6. We have comment from City Planning, a staff report from Urban Forestry, and the correspondence is both in support of and opposed to. In support from 106, 81, 90, and 103 Rose Park. In opposition from 338 Mount Pleasant Road, and from 102 Rose Park Drive. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please.
My name is Lawrence Byerly, and I own 104 Rose Park Drive with my wife.
Very good. Okay. Okay, then.
Would the controller please open my presentation material?
Just a moment, please, Lawrence. I'm just checking with the moderator. Moderator, I'm not showing anyone listed in opposition to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. That registered speaker does not wish to speak.
Very good. Okay. So panel members, up to you. Would you like a presentation on this, or do you have questions for the Ms. Chan, go ahead with your question.
Yes, I have a quick question. You see, you have forestry condition number 2, and also there's the email correspondence. They mentioned that you're going to add a tree. Are these two conditions the same or they're separate?
They are different. So I don't know what condition number 2 means. I think it means application to injure trees.
Yeah, you have the apply, for permits. Yeah, so it's a different thing. So you're going to add a tree. That's a different condition, right?
That's correct. That's what we'd like to do.
Okay. Where is it going to be, in the back or?
So that's where it's shown right now, but I understand from our arborist there might be a problem that it's too close to property lines and fences and other trees, so it may end up being in the front or cash in lieu.
Oh, okay, you can do that. They mentioned that you can do that. Okay. Cash in lieu, I mean, is it?
I don't know
Not in the
details.
email.
I don't know details about that, but if we can't put it anywhere in the property, I don't know how else we would satisfy that.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, panel?
So am I not presenting? Sorry.
Yeah, yes, Lawrence, no, the panel has not requested a presentation. There's no request for you to present, and there's no requirement for you to present because there's no one registered to speak in opposition to your application. So,
I would like to just, I guess, present
go
my
ahead.
view.
If you have something you want to say about your application, go ahead, please.
Okay, maybe I'll confine it to just addressing the 2 objecting letters. So the first one from 102 Rose Park, my neighbor Sue, her letter is limited to the renovation process concern. So after reading her letter, I asked her on Monday, would it be fair to characterize your concerns as due to execution and construction rather than the design? And she replied, quote, exactly, disruption to my life, end quote. So as she implied in her submitted letter and agreed via subsequent chat, we are addressing her construction concerns, including the oak tree protection, as best we can. That's a bordering tree on both our properties. For the other letter from 338 Mount Pleasant, that is the one that actually has an objection to the design on privacy, shading, and view impact. If you could go to one of the pages in the presentation material, maybe number 9 or so. Actually, yeah. So I've attempted to dialogue with the owners, but I've actually been met with a little bit of unexpected hostility, perhaps because I didn't believe removing the proposed 3rd floor was justified on the addition, and it didn't seem that any other change would be sufficient for them. But I do believe their concern over blocked light and sky is exaggerated. Is this the presentation material that I submitted recently on Monday?
Just deal with it as it is, please.
Okay. So I found the average roof sightline angle above the horizon for their 2nd floor window. So they only have 1 2nd floor window on their impacted southern wall. Sorry, and the angle would increase from 6 degrees currently to 11.5 degrees. So I don't think that this is really the angle of something towering over their home. And I found it only drove around a 1% increase in their southern facing horizon obstruction. I also created a sun diagram for Toronto that shows the sun position in the sky across the year. This is much more compelling if you actually find that slide, but in its absence, I found that once I put the window of the neighbor's 2nd floor at the center and positioned our proposed wall at the bottom of the diagram, because it's a northern wall, the relative position of our proposed addition would create the lowest sun elevation angle of 17 degrees throughout the year. And since this is higher in the sky than our peak roof sightline, it means we wouldn't be casting any shadow at their 2nd floor window for any season. And in terms of privacy, I don't believe the neighbor fully appreciates the still considerable separation of structures. The distance to their side wall, I found, will only be reduced by about 10%, so there's still 15-meter separation preserved, and that's quite considerable for side windows in Moore Park. I think their privacy expectations are not realistic when their windows are facing the rear of an adjacent row of homes. Their side windows, rear yard, and their deck, their 2nd floor deck, are already in view from our existing 2nd floor windows, so I don't think that 3rd floor windows that we're proposing are a new intrusion.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay. While we are on the topic of your property, let's talk about your soft landscaping variance request. 21, where 50 is required, is a significant discrepancy. Can you tell us what constraints drive that?
Right on that view in the top middle is the kind of an inset detail of the rear yard. So a third of our yard is taken up by an existing asphalt laneway, which is a right-of-way to 102 Rose Park Drive. And this was recently repaved before we purchased the property. I hope we didn't have to tear that up or touch it at all, but the whole rest of the rear yard will now be a mixture of soft landscaping, that 21%, and the rest is all permeable paving, such as GeoPave. And that's the best we could do working with community planners, because we still need access to the rear of the house and the side walkway and parking space and patio because we have no more deck.
And a chunk of it is right of way that 102 has the right to pass over. So
that's correct. One third.
And that part is paved. Okay, I get it. Thank you. All right. Panel members, any other questions? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like you to speak about the variance 4, because you're asking quite a bit, and it's sort of like, is it like a consistent density in the area?
Sure. So our requested gross floor area ratio is 1.06. So, and I feel it's in line with recent committee approvals, including 1.08 for 90 Rose Park Drive. That's several doors down. If you don't count the third floor that we're proposing, which is a partial sloped roof, we go down to 0.88, and that's more of a modest increase over the existing 0.66 or the allowed 0.69. And just one final note: the third floor is quite short. So the side ceiling heights of that are only 1.2 meters. If you look at the, I don't know if you have it in front of you, but we're using the existing sloped angle of the front of the house to keep in character with it. And we're also introducing a rear sloping as well to soften it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. I think we're ready now to take the application into committee. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I can take on this one. Yeah, with the explanation, actually, we understand why there's a deficiency of soft landscaping in the rear yard. Is not much they can do. So I think that I would like to adopt the conditions that Urban Forestry asking for a tree to be planted, and also forestry condition number 2. And with that, I think the other variances are minor. I don't think it will create a negative impact in the neighborhood. So I move for approval with those 2 conditions.
Thank you.
And is the permeable paver is already been suggested for the rear yard, so we don't need to put that as a condition? Yes, Peter, yes.
Yeah, maybe to that point, Yim, it might be good to just tie it to the site plan to show where the permeable paving is in the rear yard.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
Good idea.
And yeah, add that condition, please, yeah.
Okay, good idea. Okay. All right, then, moved and seconded by Mr. Reed. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous. The application is approved. And at this point, we do actually move on to number 21, the last application on this morning's agenda, and that is 178 Roxton Road. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Members, my name is Eddie Perez at 537 Rogers. I'm here on behalf of the owner, and we're the designers for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, any questions here for Mr. Perez? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
It's number 21. I think they're deleting 2 variances. We would like to confirm that.
Yeah, the 2 variants for the height was 5 centimeters over. We removed those. And we also, as per planning, you can tie the site plan. They asked for a cherry tree in the back, and they asked for shrubs for a barrier for the front entrance. And we applied the shrubs at the front as well, as per planning's request. And the they're satisfied with what we're proposing at this point.
Okay, then.
So
Mr.
those,
Mayor-
those revisions appear on the revised site plan, or?
Yeah, they're on the revised site plan, and we send them revised drawings as well. So
Okay.
the height was reduced to
Yeah.
9.5.
Yeah.
And,
So they mentioned
and we show the
joists
tree and the shrubs on the site plan.
Okay, Mr. Perez, what we need to do carefully then here is to go to our notice, the one that the committee is working with.
Yeah,
And
items
are those
number-
items that are those items you just described, are they still on this notice and need to be eliminated?
Yeah, they're still on the notice, correct. Item 2 and 3 are been deleted.
Okay, minor variance number 2 and
And
minor
3.
variance number 3 are both deleted at your request. We're now dealing with an amended application of 5 rather than 7 minor variances. Okay, that's
Yeah,
important.
that's correct.
Okay. Further questions, panel? Hearing none. Let's then take it into committee for a motion on the amended application. Mr. Reed, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a solid application, and the variances are minor. I agree with the conditions proposed from planning. I think those the plantings will assist in minimizing the impacts of that front stair. So I move approval of the application as amended, subject to the planning comment.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. That is seconded by Mr. Hunt. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Thank you. So, the vote is unanimous. Motion carries. Application approved. That does finish off our morning agenda. It is now 2:20. So let's resume at 3 p.m. with number 22, 88 Ossington, and we'll have that 40-minute now recess until 3 p.m. when we'll carry on with the application, with the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.